What happens when a mighty empire underestimates its enemy, allowing ambition to blind it? The sun blazed down on the rolling hills of Cannae, casting long shadows as two armies prepared for what would become a cataclysmic confrontation. The air crackled with the tension of men on the brink of war, each pulse echoing the heartbeat of history itself. Here, on this dusty battlefield, the fate of Rome hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of annihilation. On one side stood the Roman legions, their ranks a sea of polished armor and disciplined resolve. For the Republic, each soldier was a cog in a vast machine, imbued with the weight of glory and honor. Yet beneath their fierce determination lay a growing unease, whispered doubts that slipped through the cracks of their unity. Their military genius, Varro, had convinced them that a decisive blow would crush the audacity of the Carthaginian general, Hannibal Barca. But could they truly fathom the storm they were about to unleash? Across the battlefield, Hannibal's forces stood like a relentless wave, a diverse array of warriors, honed by hardships and victories. His gaze pierced through his soldiers, igniting a fierce loyalty that transcended mere duty. The strategical brilliance that had led him through the Alps and deep into enemy territories simmered in the air, a palpable force that left an indelible mark on all who dared to oppose him. His heart beat with the pulse of destiny, a quiet storm brewing within him as he prepared to unleash his cunning. The sun dipped lower, casting an ominous glow on the impending clash. The cracked earth seemed to tremble with anticipation, as if even nature held its breath. A cacophony of clanging swords and the cries of men filled the atmosphere, a symphony of impending doom. Tension coiled tighter, knotting the very fabric of the moment as both leaders sensed that history was about to rewrite itself. A sudden hush fell, enveloping the battlefield. Soldiers exchanged wary glances, each one sensing the gravity of what lay ahead. Would valor and strength claim victory, or would tactical brilliance shatter the might of Rome? In that instant, the world teetered on the brink. Valor met cunning, and fate hung like a blade over the lives of thousands. Then a signal, a flash of banners, shattered the stillness. The battle erupted, a ferocious symphony of chaos. Shields clashed, and battle cries pierced the air, a haunting chorus of bravery and despair. The ground soaked up blood as the Romans, caught in the grip of their own hubris, charged forward, unaware that they were marching into the jaws of destruction. In this moment, as swords sang and men fell, the echoes of this dark defeat began to etch themselves into the annals of history. The Battle of Cannae was not just a clash of arms, it was a harbinger of Rome's vulnerabilities, a testament to the peril of underestimating an enemy who wielded not just strength, but the ruthless precision of brilliance. The abyss of history loomed, ready to swallow all who dared to confront it. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the majestic hills of Italy. In the bustling streets of Rome, children played, merchants called out their wares, and the scent of roasted meats wafted through the air. Yet beneath this vibrant facade lay an unsettling tension, as if the very ground trembled underfoot, sensing the storms of war brewing on the horizon. In a far-off land, shadows flickered over the mighty city of Carthage. Its towering walls and grand temples stood as a testament to its wealth and power. Yet within its heart pulsed a simmering fury, a desire for revenge that had been festering since the First Punic War. Hannibal Barca, a name whispered in fear and reverence, was ready to ignite a conflict that would consume the Mediterranean. His father's blood cried out for vengeance, and Hannibal, with fire in his eyes, was determined to honor that call. The Senate of Rome, cloaked in togas, was abuzz with urgency. Senators argued fiercely, their voices rising and intertwining in a chaotic symphony of ambition and fear. They knew that Carthage had not forgotten their defeat. The scars of the past were fresh. Each pulse of their hearts echoed the memories of lost battles, of ships sunk and cities burned. Rome had risen from the ashes, but the specter of Carthage loomed large, hungry, relentless, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In the quiet of the evening, a lone messenger galloped toward the city, dust kicking up behind him like the whispers of fate. His chest heaved with each breath, urgency propelling him forward. As he approached the Senate, the air thickened with anticipation. News of Hannibal's plans had reached Rome. His audacity to cross the Alps with a legion of elephants sent ripples of dread through the hearts of the senators. The mountains, icy and treacherous, were no barrier for a man driven by vengeance. The very thought of these massive beasts trampling through the snow sent shivers down the spines of those in power. As the messenger burst into the Senate, the clamor ceased. "Hannibal marches," he shouted, his voice raw with urgency. The tension in the room was palpable, a heavy fog of fear and determination. Senators exchanged glances, their minds racing with the grim implications of his words. Would Rome stand firm against this new threat, or would they crumble under the weight of their past mistakes? Hannibal's campaign was not just a military endeavor. It was a deeply personal vendetta. He had sworn an oath as a child to hate the Romans. Those words, uttered in innocence, had morphed into a fierce battle cry. The memory of his father, Hamilcar Barca, teaching him the ways of war flashed in his mind, the fire of ambition igniting his resolve. The Alps would yield to him, he vowed, and the very heart of Rome would tremble before his might. Roman families, unaware of the impending storm, prepared for the festival of Saturnalia. Joy and laughter filled their homes, masking the dark clouds looming outside their doors. Yet the elders felt it, an instinctive dread that clawed at their insides. They recalled whispers of Hannibal's legendary tactics, tales of his cunning strategies that had outsmarted the greatest leaders. The tension was a taut wire, threatening to snap at any moment. The day Hannibal crossed the Alps was etched into the annals of history. His army, exhausted but unyielding, pushed through snow and ice, driven by a singular purpose. The elephants trumpeted their defiance against the elements, their silhouettes towering against the frozen landscape like ancient gods ready to reclaim their territory. Each step was a declaration of war, each crossing of a mountain pass a promise of bloodshed. Back in Rome, the Senate convened again, the urgency of the moment pressing against their chests like a vice. Scipio Africanus, a rising star among the Roman generals, stood tall, his voice cutting through the thick air. His confidence inspired hope, but the fear in the eyes of the older senators spoke volumes. They had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, and the specter of defeat haunted their dreams. "We must act," he urged, rallying his comrades to prepare for the battle to come. Carthage must be stopped. As the days turned into weeks, the news from the north grew grimmer. Hannibal's forces were moving south, their resolve unbroken, their numbers swelling as they passed through friendly territories. Each victory drew more men to his side, each town he conquered filled with the promise of liberation from Roman rule. The propaganda machine of Carthage painted him as a liberator, and soon the Romans were not just fighting an army. They were battling the very idea of tyranny and subjugation. In the quiet corners of Roman households, mothers clutched their children, whispering prayers to the gods for safety. Fathers, once proud soldiers, now stared into the distance, haunted by memories of battles won and lost. The threat of war lingered like the heavy fog that rolled over the hills at dawn, casting a pall over the city. Emotions swirled, fear, anger, defiance. But one truth rang clear: Rome was at a precipice, and there, at the intersection of fate and ambition, Hannibal stood poised to unleash chaos. His eyes, fierce and unyielding, held the weight of generations. The battle for the Mediterranean was about to ignite, and neither Rome nor Carthage could turn back now. As the sun set behind the hills, a storm gathered on the horizon, signaling the clash of titans, an epic saga of blood, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The drums of war echoed in the distance, and, as the shadows lengthened, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an inferno. The prelude to war was merely the calm before the tempest, and the stage was set for an unforgettable confrontation that would reshape history forever. A tempest rumbled across the Mediterranean, the skies darkening with unspent fury. Somewhere in the distance, a young boy clutched a wooden sword, his heart pounding like the war drums of a distant battle. Hannibal Barca, not yet a man but already a storm brewing, felt the weight of his father's legacy, pressing down on him like the heavy armor worn by seasoned warriors. The air crackled with the promise of war, and even in the peaceful confines of his native Carthage, he could smell the iron tang of blood and glory that would one day become his calling. Born into one of the most powerful families in Carthage, Hannibal was the son of Hamilcar Barca, a revered general whose name echoed through the annals of history. From the very beginning, the boy was surrounded by tales of valor, honor, and the harsh realities of conflict. Hamilcar, a man with a fierce reputation, was not merely a father. He was a towering figure whose ambitions cast long shadows. Hannibal would often listen wide-eyed as his father recounted tales of battles fought and enemies vanquished. The flames of war ignited in his heart. Hamilcar's influence on his son was profound. The general's teachings were not limited to the tactical movements on the battlefield. They seeped into Hannibal's very being. At the tender age of 9, Hannibal was taken along on a military expedition to Spain, a rite of passage that would scar his memory and define his destiny. The sights and sounds of war were intoxicating, the clang of metal and the cries of men merging into a symphony of chaos. But it was not the glory that captured him. It was the pain of defeat that etched itself into his soul. He witnessed the blood-soaked earth, the faces of the brave twisted in agony, and the resolute determination of those who refused to yield. This would be the crucible that forged a warrior. One night, the campfire crackled with vivid flames, casting flickering shadows as Hamilcar gathered his men. The air was thick with tension, but Hannibal felt a different kind of energy surging through him. He sat closer, eyes wide, as his father spoke of the Roman foe, the relentless, indomitable force that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The boy felt an inexplicable connection to the land they were fighting for, the pride swelling in his chest. He vowed silently that one day he would lead his own men against Rome, and they would fear him. As he grew older, Hannibal's training became more intense. The days blurred into one another as he honed his skills in combat and strategy. Each sunrise found him on the training field, practicing with seasoned warriors, his small frame moving with an agility that belied his years. He learned to ride a horse like the wind, charging through the dusty terrain as if he were born to conquer. But it was not merely physical prowess that he sought, it was the mind of a commander that he desperately wanted to refine. During the long hours spent studying battle formations, Hannibal found himself captivated by the art of war. He pored over maps, tracing routes with his finger, imagining himself leading his troops through treacherous valleys and across mountainous terrain. He understood that true strength lay not just in brute force, but in cunning and strategy. His mind raced with plans and tactics, ambushes that would outwit the enemy, maneuvers that would leave them reeling. But amid the training, shadows crept closer. The political climate in Carthage shifted, heavy with uncertainty. Enemies lurked not just on the battlefield, but within the very walls of his home. The loss of his beloved brother Hasdrubal in an ill-fated campaign was a devastating blow that sent ripples of grief through Hannibal's heart. The intensity of the loss ignited a fire within him, an overwhelming desire to honor his brother's memory with victory. The thought of revenge against their enemies began to crystallize as a singular purpose. As tensions with Rome escalated, Hannibal would often find himself in quiet moments of reflection, staring into the night sky as stars flickered like the hope in his heart. He felt the pull of destiny, whispering promises of triumph and glory. He understood the risks that awaited him, the sacrifices he would have to make, but nothing could deter his resolve. He would become the scourge of Rome, the name that sent shivers down the spines of the mighty. His military training reached its zenith when he was finally named commander of the forces in Spain, an honor bestowed upon him by Hamilcar before his passing. He stepped into his father's shoes, a daunting legacy that threatened to crush him beneath its weight. Yet Hannibal thrived under pressure. He gathered his men, forging a bond with them through shared hardships and aspirations. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers, united under a banner of vengeance. The tension in the air was palpable as Hannibal began to formulate his ultimate plan. He envisioned a daring crossing of the Alps, an audacious move that would catch the Romans off guard. The thought sent chills down his spine, an exhilarating mix of fear and excitement swirling within him. He knew the journey would demand everything: his strength, his ingenuity, and perhaps even the lives of his loyal men. Yet, the thrill of the unknown beckoned him, tantalizing and terrifying. As the banners waved and swords clashed, Hannibal was not just a boy anymore. He had transformed into a force of nature, driven by a singular purpose. The boy who had once trained under the watchful eye of his father now stood on the precipice of destiny, ready to unleash the storm he had nurtured within. With each passing moment, the shadows of Rome loomed larger, and the world would soon learn of the legacy that Hannibal Barca was about to carve into history. a legacy forged in fire, blood, and unyielding ambition. The final thread of his early life was about to unravel, leading him into the embrace of war, where heroes are born and legends come alive. In the year 264 BC, the sun beat down mercilessly on the bustling streets of Rome, its rays igniting the fiery ambitions of its citizens. Among them walked a young patrician, his toga flowing elegantly behind him, the weight of his family's legacy resting upon his shoulders. His heart raced, not just from the heat, but from the looming sense of urgency. The Republic was at a crossroads, teetering on the edge of monumental change. Rome was more than just a collection of stone buildings. It was a living, breathing entity composed of ambition and strife, power and fear. The 3rd century BC was a time of intense drama, where every decision could bring glory or catastrophe. The halls of the Senate echoed with passionate debates, voices rising and falling like the tide, as the elected leaders grappled with the challenges of governance amidst growing external threats and internal strife. The Senate stood as Rome's beating heart, a body of esteemed men, the guardians of tradition and power. Once a council of elders, it had transformed into a formidable political force, wielding influence that reached far beyond the marble steps of the Curia. Its members, the patricians, were born into privilege, their bloodlines steeped in the glory of Rome's past. Yet, the rising tide of the plebeians, the common folk, was a constant reminder that power was not merely a birthright, but a battle to be fought. As the patrician strode through the cobbled streets, he could hear the whispers of the plebeians, their voices tinged with a mix of resentment and hope. The conflict of the orders had birthed a struggle for representation, leading to the establishment of the tribune of the plebs, a powerful office that allowed the common people to challenge the Senate's authority. These tribunes rose like phoenixes, their voices demanding justice for the oppressed, and their powers to veto decisions were a stark reminder that the patricians could no longer rule unchallenged. In the bustling marketplace, men and women bartered for goods, their faces etched with determination. The grain supply had become a pressing issue, and the fear of famine loomed over the city like a dark cloud. The Senate, aware of the growing discontent, scrambled to devise solutions while trying to maintain their grip on power. Every decision they made had the potential to ignite riots or rally support. The tension was palpable, the very air thick with the scent of impending change. The young patrician recalled the words of his father, a former consul who had fought fiercely for Rome's expansion. "It is not enough to be born great," he had said. "One must act with greatness." With the First Punic War on the horizon, the Romans faced the daunting task of confronting Carthage, a formidable enemy with a rich navy and a fierce reputation. The stakes were higher than ever, and the thrill of war pulsed through the veins of the Republic like a battle cry. In the Senate chamber, the atmosphere crackled with energy as senators debated strategies for the war. Some argued for a swift naval assault, while others cautioned against underestimating the enemy. The patrician could feel the weight of history pressing down on those who spoke, their voices passionate, filled with urgency. Decisions made in this very room would alter the fate of Rome. The Republic's soldiers would soon be called to arms, their lives hanging in the balance. Outside, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city. The patrician knew he had to choose a side and stand firm. The voices of the Senate swirled in his mind as he felt the pull of destiny. The struggle for power was not just political, it was deeply personal. He could become a hero or a villain, a savior or a tyrant. His choices would echo through the ages. As the call to arms resounded through the streets, young men rushed to enlist. The air buzzed with excitement, a mix of fear and honor coursing through their veins. They were eager to fight for their republic, their families, and their future. The young patrician felt a surge of pride as he joined them, feeling the weight of the toga transform into armor, wrapping him in the legacy of Rome. But even as he stepped forward, ready to embrace his fate, the ominous shadows of betrayal and ambition loomed. The plebeians, fueled by years of neglect and oppression, were poised to rise again. They had tasted power, and the fear among the patricians was palpable. Would they retaliate? Would the streets run red with blood once more as the classes clashed in a desperate bid for control? The patrician clenched his fists, his palms sweaty with anticipation. His heart raced not only for the glory of battle, but for the very essence of Rome itself. The Republic was a fragile construct, built on the backs of the hopeful and the powerful alike. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of its people, yet it teetered on the brink of chaos. The storied histories of the past weighed heavily on the present, and the echoes of ambition stretched into an uncertain future. In the dim light of the Senate, a whisper of conspiracy danced through the air. Allies could become enemies in the blink of an eye, and the thrill of impending conflict was intoxicating. The patrician felt a rush of adrenaline as he considered the choices ahead of him. He was not merely a spectator, he was a participant in this grand drama, where each character played a role that could shift the balance of power forever. As the first ships prepared to sail across the shimmering waters toward Carthage, Rome held its breath. The challenges ahead were daunting, but so too were the dreams of glory. Each decision made in the Senate, every battle fought, every voice raised in defiance, would weave together the complex tapestry of the Republic. And as the sun set, painting the skies in vibrant hues of orange and pink, destiny awaited, ready to engulf them all in its relentless pursuit. The air was thick with tension, and the sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the ancient city of Saguntum. The walls, once proud and formidable, now trembled under the weight of expectation and dread. It was a fateful moment, a tiny spark poised to ignite a powerful flame that would engulf the known world in chaos. The whispers of war blended with the rustle of olive leaves, and the scent of fear mingled with the salty air from the nearby Mediterranean Sea. Inside the fortified walls, citizens scurried about, their faces a mixture of determination and despair. Mothers clutched their children tightly, while fathers sharpened swords and prepared to defend their homes. The very ground felt alive with apprehension, as if the stones themselves could sense the impending storm. News had spread like wildfire that the great Carthaginian general, Hannibal had set his sights on Saguntum. It was a city that had once been a proud ally of Rome, but had now found itself in the crosshairs of a looming conflict. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first of the Carthaginian forces appeared on the distant hills, their banners fluttering in the evening breeze like dark omens. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those within Saguntum. It was not merely an army marching forth, it was a harbinger of doom, a relentless tide threatening to wash away everything they held dear. The city had few allies, the distance to Rome felt insurmountable, and many feared that help would not arrive in time. Hannibal, a figure of unparalleled ambition and cunning, stood at the front of his troops, gazing at the walls of Saguntum with a fierce intensity. His mind, sharp as the blade at his side, was already weaving strategies and plotting the downfall of this resilient city. He had vowed to avenge the Carthaginian losses from previous conflicts with Rome, and Saguntum was the first step in his grand design. As he called forth his commanders, there was a palpable energy in the air, a sense that history was teetering on the edge of a knife. The leaders of Saguntum convened in a hastily arranged meeting. They were a tapestry of desperation and resolve, each man aware of the gravity of their situation. They spoke in hushed tones, their plans tumbling out as fast as their hearts raced. A veteran soldier, eyes hardened by battles past, proposed a counterattack, but the others shook their heads. They knew Hannibal's forces were fierce, and a reckless move could spell disaster. The city had its defenses, but it was the spirit of its people that held the greatest strength. As night fell, the sounds of siege engines being constructed echoed ominously through the city. The rhythmic thud of wood against wood seemed almost like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was running out. In the shadowy streets, the citizens prepared. Families barricaded their homes, and the air filled with the sound of children chanting old songs of courage, their innocent voices a stark contrast to the grim reality that surrounded them. Days turned into a blur, marked by the clang of metal and the cries of watchmen sounding alarms. The siege had begun. Stones flew through the air, crashing against the walls, sending tremors through the hearts of those inside. Each impact was a reminder of their vulnerability, a reminder that the enemy was relentless. Food supplies dwindled, and the citizens grew weary, but their spirit did not wane. They knew that yielding would mean not just the loss of their city, but the erasure of their existence. Every dawn, the sun painted the city in hues of orange and gold, a deceptive beauty that belied the turmoil. On one such morning, as the sunlight broke over the horizon, a desperate plan blossomed within the minds of Saguntum's leaders. They would send a messenger to Rome, pleading for aid. The thought brought a flicker of hope, but it was quickly overshadowed by the harsh reality of their situation. Would the Romans respond? Would they care enough to save an ally in distress? In the days that followed, the Carthaginian forces tightened their grip, and the situation grew more desperate. Starvation loomed like a dark cloud overhead, and the children of Saguntum, once laughing and playing, now wandered the streets with hollow eyes. The elderly told stories of valor, clinging to the past as a shield against despair. The walls barely held, but the heart of the city beat on, fueled by the fierce determination of its people. Then came the day of reckoning. A fierce assault erupted as Hannibal unleashed his full might upon the beleaguered city. The sounds of battle filled the air, a cacophony of clashing swords, and the cries of the wounded. The streets turned red, and the walls of Saguntum, once a proud barrier, began to crumble under the weight of the relentless siege. The defenders fought valiantly, but how long could they withstand the storm? Amid the chaos, a flicker of bravery emerged. Young warriors, barely men, threw themselves against the waves of invaders, their hearts pounding in their chests. They were not just fighting for their city, they were fighting for their dreams, for their families, for the stories yet to be written. They shouted their battle cries, voices filled with both fear and fierce determination, as they faced the overwhelming tide. And as twilight descended once more, the flames of war illuminated the skies above Saguntum. The city, battered but unyielding, stood on the brink of either glory or ruin. The echoes of courage and desperation melded into a desperate symphony, a final stand, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who called this city home. The siege was not merely a battle, it was a moment that would shift the course of history, a spark igniting a war that would resonate for generations. As the last light faded, the vision of what was to come loomed before them, a shadow of the conflict that awaited not only Saguntum but the entire Mediterranean world. Would the cries of the beleaguered city reach the ears of Rome? Would help come in time? Or would Saguntum become a mere footnote in the annals of history? The hearts of those inside the walls thudded in unison, caught in the web of fate, waiting for the answer that would change everything. The storm was far from over. It was only just beginning. The wind howled across the jagged peaks of the Alps, a dreadful song of winter's fury that danced ominously around the soldiers. As the cold bit into their skin, a fire burned in their hearts, forged by their leader's vision, a vision born of desperation and daring. Hannibal, the young Carthaginian general, was not merely leading an army. He was orchestrating a symphony of bravery against the might of Rome. And each soldier was a note in his grand composition. His eyes glinted with determination as he stood before his troops, the stones beneath their feet, treacherous and unyielding. The towering mountains loomed ahead, a formidable barrier that seemed determined to end their quest before it truly began. Yet, it was here, in the embrace of these icy giants, that Hannibal believed he could turn the tide of the war. The Romans thought him mad, an audacious fool for thinking he could maneuver an army, complete with elephants, through such unforgiving terrain. But to Hannibal, madness was merely a spark of genius waiting to ignite. As they began their ascent, the men clutched their weapons tight, the chill of fear creeping into their bones, questions hanging unspoken in the air. Would they survive the mountain's wrath? What awaited them on the other side? Each step felt like a gamble, every breath a prayer. Panic simmered beneath the cold surface, and yet Hannibal pressed on, a relentless force propelling them forward. Days blurred into one another, marked only by the crunch of snow beneath their feet and the occasional roar of an elephant, a reminder that they were not alone. The vastness of the mountains brought a sense of isolation that weighed heavy on their shoulders. Each sunrise painted the peaks with a bloody hue, a signal that they were one day closer yet perilously far from their destination. Along the narrow paths, the air grew thin and suffocating. The soldiers stumbled, their lungs burning, but the thought of retreat was a ghost they dared not entertain. Hannibal's voice rang out, a clarion call that cut through the icy air. Remember, we are not just fighting for ourselves, but for our families, our homeland. His words soaked into the very fabric of their resolve, weaving a tapestry of loyalty, courage, and desperation. But nature was not the only adversary they faced. As they climbed higher, the threat of ambush loomed ominously. The local tribes, seeing this foreign horde invade their sacred mountains, were not merely bystanders in this dangerous game. They lurked in the shadows, their eyes glinting with a mix of fear and fury, ready to protect their land. Hannibal knew that one wrong move could spell disaster, yet he also understood that the element of surprise was his greatest ally. As night fell, the soldiers huddled around flickering campfires, their faces illuminated in the dancing flames. Stories of home and dreams of glory filled the air, providing a brief respite from the gnawing cold. But even as they spoke of laughter and love, a restless tension lingered, a reminder that danger was never far away. The mountains, with their deafening silence, seemed to listen, waiting to unleash their fury. Without warning, the peace shattered like glass. Tribal warriors descended from the heights with the speed of shadows, their cries echoing through the night like the howl of a wolf pack. Panic surged through the ranks as the soldiers scrambled to their feet, eyes wide with terror. Hannibal's heart raced, but he remained unflinching. He had prepared for this moment, anticipating the enemy's moves like a chess master. "Stand firm, brothers," he shouted, his voice a beacon in the chaos. "We are the storm that will shake Rome. Fight for your brothers beside you." His rallying cry rang out, igniting a fierce spirit in the hearts of his men. They formed a line, shields locked together, a wall of resolve against the onslaught. The clash of weapons rang out like thunder, a symphony of chaos in the heart of the mountains. As the battle raged, Hannibal fought alongside his men, each blow a testament to their determination. His heart swelled with pride as he witnessed the bravery of his troops. Each man fought not just for survival, but for the honor of their journey. The very air crackled with intensity, the mountains echoing their struggle as if nature itself bore witness. But victory came at a price. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the blood-soaked snow, the battered soldiers stood victorious, yet broken. They had pushed through the impossible, but the toll was heavy. The mountains had claimed lives, but they had also birthed legends. Hannibal's heart pounded with a mixture of triumph and sorrow as he looked upon the faces of his weary soldiers. Their eyes, once glimmering with hope, now reflected the harsh reality of their ordeal. With the threat behind them, they pressed on, but the road grew steeper, the air colder. Each step felt like a mountain in itself, a reminder of the sacrifices made under the watchful gaze of the Alps. Hannibal's thoughts turned to the future, to the battles yet to come. But he also felt the weight of those who wouldn't continue with them, their spirits lingering in the chilling winds. As they finally reached the summit, the view was breathtaking. A panorama of valleys stretching endlessly, a stark contrast to the treacherous path they had fought to conquer. It was a moment of beauty amidst the brutality, a fleeting glimpse of hope that ignited a flicker of joy in their hearts. Hannibal allowed himself a moment of reflection, a silent acknowledgement of the journey that had brought them here. But it was fleeting. There was no time for rest. Ahead lay the plains of Italy, the heart of the Roman Empire. The thought filled him with anticipation and dread. They had crossed the Alps, a feat that would echo through history, but now they faced the ultimate test. The Romans would not sit idly by, and Hannibal knew that every step forward would be fraught with danger. Without a backward glance, he turned to his men, their faces weary but resolute. "We have crossed the mountains, now we will cross the Rubicon." His voice carried a fierce conviction, igniting the fire of purpose in their hearts once more. The Alps had been but the first hurdle, and ahead lay the promise of glory or the shadow of defeat. Either way, they would face it together, united by their journey, bound by their shared destiny. The horizon shimmered with possibilities, and as they began their descent, a new chapter awaited them, filled with challenges that would either forge them into legends or shatter their dreams forever. The chilling silence of a winter morning was shattered by the distant roar of battle, a sound that echoed through the valleys of northern Italy. Here, in the year 218 BCE, the air was thick with tension, heavy with the scent of earth and war. On one side stood the legions of Rome, proud and disciplined, their armor glinting under the pale sun. Opposing them was a figure who would become a legend, a general whose name would haunt Roman soldiers for generations, Hannibal Barca. What lay ahead was not just a clash of swords, but a collision of destinies. As the sun climbed higher, casting a cold light over the banks of the Trebia River, the Roman forces, led by the ambitious general Sempronius, prepared themselves for the inevitable. They were confident, perhaps too confident. They had heard tales of Hannibal's cunning, yet the thought of facing a foreign foe seemed almost distant, an adventure rather than a threat. They could hardly comprehend the storm brewing on the horizon. On the other side of the river, Hannibal stood with an intensity that was palpable. His men, a mix of fierce North African warriors, Gauls and Spanish soldiers, had come to trust him utterly. They were not just fighting for a cause, they were fighting for a leader who had earned their loyalty through shared struggles and victories. With a fierce glint in his eye, Hannibal surveyed his troops, his heart beating in rhythm with their pulsating energy. He had a plan, a trap that would turn the confidence of the Romans into despair. As the day unfolded, the chilling winds seemed to carry whispers of fate. The Romans, lured by Hannibal's feigned retreat, charged across the icy waters of the Trebia, their spirits rising with each step. It was a fateful decision. What began as a pursuit turned into a nightmare, as Hannibal's hidden forces erupted from the trees. The ambush was swift and merciless. Roman soldiers, caught in a web of confusion, struggled against a tide they had never foreseen. Spear and sword clashed with a deafening roar, the cries of men mingling with the sounds of nature, creating a symphony of chaos. The once structured lines of the Roman legions turned into a chaotic mess. Panic spread like wildfire as Hannibal's forces struck hard, pushing the Romans back into the icy embrace of the Trebia. The river, once a mere obstacle, became a graveyard for the unwary. Many fell, swallowed by the cold waters, while others fought desperately to stay afloat, their cries echoing in the chilling air. Sempronius, witnessing the destruction of his carefully laid plans, felt the weight of despair settle on his shoulders. Every strategic move he had made now seemed foolish, every confidence misplaced. The frantic rhythm of battle drummed in his ears as he tried to rally his men, but the nightmarish scene before him shattered their resolve. Fear took root in their hearts, and with it came the bitter taste of defeat. Then came the dawn of a new battle. A few months later, beneath the serene sky of Lake Trasimene, it was a deceptive calm, the lake's still waters reflecting the beauty of nature, unknowing of the horrors about to unfold. Hannibal, ever the tactician, had chosen this spot for a reason. Here, surrounded by hills and with the lake at their backs, he would trap the Roman forces again, like a predator cornering its prey. The Romans, commanded by the inexperienced general Flaminius, marched confidently, unaware of the looming death trap. Their laughter echoed along the shores, a stark contrast to the quiet calculations of Hannibal on the hills above. He had positioned his men strategically, waiting for the right moment, the perfect moment when the Romans would be too far into the trap to escape. As the sun climbed higher, casting warm rays over the landscape, the tension grew. Hannibal's heart raced, not from fear, but from the thrill of impending victory. The sounds of nature faded, replaced by the rhythmic beating of war drums, the heartbeat of an impending storm. The moment came, Hannibal signaled his forces, and like a coiled snake, they struck. Surprise and chaos reigned as Roman soldiers found themselves encircled. The serene beauty of the lake was shattered by the clash of metal and the cries of men. Panic spread like wildfire, and the Romans realized too late that they were standing on the edge of a precipice. The battle surged forward, dragging men into its violent tide. The lake, once a tranquil haven, became a vessel of despair. Soldiers scrambling for safety were drowned, not just in water, but in a tide of hopelessness. Flaminius fought valiantly, trying to salvage the remnants of his command, but Hannibal's forces were relentless, a wave of fury crashing against the crumbling Roman lines. The hills echoed with the sounds of despair, the cries of the fallen mixing with the triumphant shouts of Hannibal's men. The stark realization settled in. This was not just a battle, it was a slaughter. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of crimson, the last remnants of Roman strength faded into the chaos. Victory belonged to Hannibal yet again. The earth, soaked in blood and sorrow, was a testament to the fierce struggle that had unfolded within hours. The dreams of victory that had once buoyed Roman hearts were now dashed against the rocks of despair, echoing through the annals of history. In the aftermath of these battles, the whispers of dread circulated among the Roman legions, tales of defeat that would reverberate for years to come. There was no triumph in the air, only the bitter taste of loss and the haunting fear of what was to come. Hannibal, with fire in his eyes and blood on his hands, had not merely defeated an army, he had ignited a war that would leave its scars for generations. As night cloaked the land, the horizon was alive with the promise of more battles to come, each one carrying the weight of history, each one a step deeper into the abyss of conflict. The crisp morning air hung thick with anticipation as the sun began its ascent over the hills of ancient Italy. A legion of soldiers stood in perfect formation, their armor gleaming like a bank of silver under the sun's early rays. Each man was a cog in a massive machine, each breath a part of a greater rhythm that echoed through the valleys. They were not just soldiers, they were the embodiment of Roman might, trained to conquer, defend, and endure. The Roman military was not merely an army. It was a living testament to the power of discipline and organization. It was built on the belief that unity was strength, that the individual contributed to the greater whole. A legion was composed of approximately 5,000 men, divided into smaller units known as cohorts. Each cohort was further broken down into centuries, commanded by centurions who were the backbone of the Roman forces. These centurions were not just leaders, they were seasoned veterans, men who had fought countless battles and understood the weight of responsibility resting on their shoulders. The soldiers looked to them, not just for orders, but for inspiration, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and fierce loyalty. As the formation began to move, the sound of marching feet resonated like a heartbeat, each step a proclamation of their resolve. Every soldier knew that they were trained to fight as one, to pivot and shift as required, a fluid dance of steel and flesh. The Roman military doctrine relied heavily on this organization, a system where every soldier understood his position and purpose. It was a well-oiled machine, practiced and perfected over years of warfare. Yet, even within this relentless structure, there was a simmering tension. The legions had faced countless enemies, from the ferocious Celts to the cunning Carthaginians. Each battle was etched into their memories, every victory a tale to tell, every defeat a lesson learned. They had learned in the heat of combat that flexibility was as crucial as their discipline. The famous maniple formation, which allowed for greater mobility and adaptability on the battlefield, was a direct response to the unpredictable nature of warfare. Soldiers could adapt quickly to changing circumstances, forming new lines to flank an enemy or to bolster a faltering front. On this day, as the sun reached its zenith, a distant rumble echoed through the valley. The soldiers' hearts raced. Word had come of a skirmish with a band of Germanic tribes. The Romans were no strangers to the desperation and ferocity of these warriors, known for their wild tactics and fearsome reputation. With a nod from their centurion, the legion quickened its pace, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The clash was imminent. Roman soldiers were trained to form a shield wall, their heavy rectangular shields pressed together, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. It was a sight to behold, ranks of men standing shoulder to shoulder, their shields forming a formidable fortress. The Germans, in contrast, charged with a primal ferocity, howling like wolves in the twilight. The air crackled with tension as the two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic whirlwind of sound and motion. The clash of steel against steel, the cries of men, both in victory and despair, painted a vivid picture of war's brutality. But within this chaos, Roman tactics took over. The discipline they had trained for was now their lifeline. Formations shifted seamlessly, encircling the enemy, using the terrain to their advantage. The legions employed a strategy of maneuvering and feigned retreats to draw the German warriors into traps. Each move was calculated, each action a part of a larger plan. The centurions shouted commands, their voices cutting through the din, their presence inspiring the men around them. Soldiers rallied behind their leaders, proud and fierce, their hearts beating as one. The doctrine of the Roman military emphasized not just fighting, but fighting smart. Retreating was not seen as cowardice. Instead, it was a strategic choice, a necessary step to regroup and strike back harder. Time and again, they had turned the tide of battle by outthinking their opponents, understanding that the mind was as powerful a weapon as the sword. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the battlefield, victory was in sight. The Germans, initially overwhelming, began to falter under the relentless pressure of the disciplined Roman forces. The The soldiers pressed forward, no longer just individuals, but a single entity, a force of nature pushing against all odds. The cries of their enemies began to wane, replaced by a haunting silence that spoke of defeat. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, the soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their bond stronger than ever. They were not just comrades, they were brothers in arms, forged in the heat of battle. Each man carried the weight of those who had fallen, a reminder of the sacrifices made for the empire they served. The scars of battle would remain, but so too would the stories of their bravery and the tactics that had brought them victory. The Roman military doctrine, with its focus on organization and tactics, was not merely a set of rules. It was a living philosophy, a way of life. As the legion prepared to march back to their encampment, their hearts thrummed with an unspoken promise. They would return to the battlefield, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The night would bring rest, but dawn would bring new adventures, new conquests, and the relentless pursuit of glory that defined the Roman legions. With a sense of duty and pride, they moved forward into the dusk, united by their past and driven toward an uncertain future, ever ready to face the next challenge that awaited them in the shadows of history. The echoes of their footsteps resonated like a heartbeat, promising that the story was far from over. In the dim light of dawn, a figure stood on the edge of the hill, silhouetted against the rising sun. Publius Cornelius Scipio, a man destined to shape the course of history, gazed down upon the battlefield where countless souls had already met their fates. The air crackled with uncertainty, a tension that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality. Here was a leader on the brink of greatness, carrying not just the weight of his own dreams, but those of an entire nation, yearning for salvation. Scipio was not born into glory, but he was forged in the crucible of war. His eyes held the flicker of fire, a fire stoked by loss and the unfathomable desire to turn the tide against the relentless Carthaginian juggernaut. The memories of his father and grandfather haunted him, both of whom had fallen on the battlefield, the echoes of their sacrifices reverberating through his veins. Each step he took felt heavy with their legacy, and yet a fierce determination ignited within him. He would not let their sacrifices be in vain. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, illuminating the terrain of Zama, Scipio felt the weight of the moment. He looked at his troops, men of diverse backgrounds, bound together by shared suffering and a singular purpose. They were weary, their faces etched with the lines of battle. But in their eyes, Scipio saw glimmers of hope. He understood that leadership was not merely about strategy. It was about inspiring those who would follow him into the jaws of death. "Today," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade, "we fight not just for victory, but for our families, our land, and the very soul of Rome." The words cascaded over the soldiers like a wave, washing away their doubts and fears. They nodded, hearts pounding with renewed vigor, ready to follow him into the chaos of war, a tempest that would not only test their strength, but their very spirit. As the battle commenced, the clash of metal rang in the air, a symphony of chaos. Scipio moved like a hawk among the currents of men, every order and maneuver executed with precision. He had studied the enemy, understood their weaknesses, and now he employed this knowledge with a deft hand. His cavalry swooped in like a thunderstorm, disrupting the Carthaginian lines, a dance of death that left no room for hesitation. But amidst the frenzy, moments of reflection pierced through. Scipio caught glimpses of fear in the eyes of his men, and he remembered the nights spent huddled by the fire, sharing stories of home and dreams yet unfulfilled. In those fleeting moments, he knew he had to be more than a commander. He had to be a beacon of hope. He shouted encouragements, calling out individual names that resonated with the soldiers, reminding them of their shared humanity in a world threatened by chaos. Yet, the tide of battle is fickle. And soon Scipio faced his greatest challenge. A fierce opponent emerged, Hannibal himself, a lion of a man with a reputation that sent shivers down the spines of warriors. They stood facing each other, two titans on the brink of destiny. The tension was palpable. Scipio felt a rush of adrenaline, not just from fear, but from a deep-seated respect for the man who had bested so many before him. "Have you come to surrender, Scipio?" Hannibal taunted, his voice dripping with confidence. But there was no surrender in Scipio's heart. Instead, he met Hannibal's gaze with unwavering resolve, ready to demonstrate that he was no mere shadow in the history of Rome. The clash was explosive. Each strike was a testament to their mastery, and the ground beneath them trembled with the ferocity of their fight. Scipio's mind raced, each thought a calculating move in a game of chess where the stakes were life and death. He could feel the weight of his ancestors with him, their spirits urging him forward, reminding him of all that he had lost and all that he fought to protect. With each swing of his sword, he could feel the pulse of Rome echoing through him. His heart thudded in unison with the cries of the fallen, their memories igniting a fire that propelled him forward, refusing to let fear dictate his fate. Scipio was not just a soldier, he was the embodiment of 1,000 hopes and dreams, a rallying cry amid the chaos. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the bloody field, Scipio made a decisive move, one that would be etched into the annals of history. He feinted left, drawing Hannibal into a trap, and then pivoted with a speed that belied his stature. In that pivotal moment, he struck, pushing through the defenses that had once seemed insurmountable. Victory surged through him like a tidal wave, spilling over the edge of despair and into the realms of possibility. But victory is a double-edged sword. As the dust settled, Scipio felt a weight settle on his chest. The battlefield was strewn with the bodies of friends and foes alike, a grim reminder of the cost of war. Amidst the clamor of triumph, there was a deafening silence that enveloped him, a moment where the glory of victory turned bittersweet. He knelt, feeling the earth beneath him, a resolve forming within, a promise that he would honor those who had fallen and ensure that their sacrifices would not be forgotten. As he rose, the cheers of his men filled the air, but Scipio's heart remained heavy. He understood that leadership was not just about winning battles, it was about shouldering the responsibility that came with victory. He looked toward the horizon, where the sun dipped low and the shadows grew long. In that moment, he knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he was ready, for he was not a leader who would falter. He was Scipio, the one who would carry the hopes of a nation into a future that awaited just beyond the dawn. With resolve etched into his very being, he turned to his men, their faces aglow with the fire of victory. The journey ahead was not merely about conquest, but about uniting a fractured world. A world that needed healing. The fight was far from over, but in his heart he felt a pulse of possibility, a promise of what was to come, echoing in the silence that followed the storm of battle. The sun hung low over the rugged terrain, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts among the mountains. A chill lingered in the air, a whisper of the cold that would soon sweep through the valley. It was here, in this unforgiving landscape, that Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian general, would carve his name into history with strokes of brilliance that left his enemies trembling. Hannibal was more than a commander, he was a master artist, painting his battlefield with strokes of cunning and strategy that seemed almost supernatural. He had a gift for understanding the rhythms of warfare, the ebb and flow of conflict. With every battle, he demonstrated a profound grasp of his enemies' weaknesses, turning their strengths into liabilities. His mind was a vast chessboard, and each piece moved with calculated precision, revealing a genius that would inspire awe for millennia. His most audacious act, the crossing of the Alps, was not merely a tactical maneuver, but a demonstration of his ability to foresee and manipulate the unpredictable. As he led his troops and a herd of elephants through the treacherous mountain paths, faced with snowstorms and treachery, he displayed a rare blend of audacity and foresight. He understood that surprise was a weapon as powerful as any sword. The Romans believed their northern borders secure, but in one bold move, Hannibal dismantled their confidence, plunging them into chaos. In the moments leading up to the famous Battle of Cannae, the air thickened with tension. Hannibal's army was outnumbered. An army of seasoned Roman soldiers, confident and proud, marched toward him, believing victory was already in their grasp. Yet, Hannibal sensed the weight of their arrogance, and he crafted a trap so finely woven that it could ensnare the most experienced warriors. He positioned his forces in a crescent, drawing the Romans in, enticing them with the illusion of an easy triumph. As the initial clash erupted, the Romans surged forward, blinded by their zeal, unaware of the deadly embrace waiting for them. The battlefield transformed into a stage for Hannibal's genius. He commanded his troops not with mere orders, but with a palpable energy that coursed through them. His cavalry, waiting like coiled springs on the flanks, exploded into action at just the right moment. The Romans, encircled and disoriented, fell into despair as Hannibal's forces closed in, turning their own momentum against them. The cries of the fallen echoed, a haunting chorus of defeat that would resonate for ages. What set Hannibal apart was not just his tactical maneuvers, but his profound understanding of human nature. He knew that fear could freeze a man in his tracks, just as easily as it could drive him to valor. He played on the emotions of his troops, forging bonds that ran deeper than mere duty. He recognized that a soldier's heart could be his greatest weapon. When victories were achieved, he celebrated them. But when defeat loomed, he stood shoulder to shoulder with his men, sharing their burdens, forging an unbreakable camaraderie. Even in retreat, Hannibal's tactical brilliance shone through. The Battle of Zama was a testament to his resilience. Rome had learned from their past mistakes, but so had Hannibal. He adapted, shifting his strategies to counter the Roman advances. The clash at Zama was not just a fight for territory, it was a clash of wills, a culmination of a decade-long struggle. Hannibal's forces faced a formidable enemy, yet he held on to the belief that victory could come from the most unexpected places. His mind raced through possibilities, weighing the risks and rewards, a lightning storm of ideas. As the battle unfolded, the tension crackled in the air like static before a storm. Hannibal's war elephants were not merely beasts of burden. They were symbols of his resolve, towering giants that loomed over the battlefield. Yet even as they charged, he knew this would not be enough. The Romans had learned how to confront his war machines, and Hannibal understood that brute force alone would not win the day. He sought to outmaneuver, to think 3 steps ahead, as if he were a conductor leading an orchestra through a symphony of war. The heart of his methodology was the art of deception. He employed feints and false retreats, luring his enemies into paths they believed advantageous, only to flip the battlefield on its head. His strategies were as fluid as a river, adapting to the changing currents of combat. Legends of his clever ruses spread like wildfire, igniting fear in the hearts of those who dared to face him. He was a specter, a force of nature whose very presence could change the course of history. Hannibal's battles were not merely numbers on a scroll, they were woven into the fabric of human emotion. The desperation of his soldiers, the dread of the Romans, and the weight of victory or defeat shaped the very air they breathed. Each clash was a testament to his understanding of these feelings, a recognition that war was as much about hearts and minds as it was about swords and shields. He knew that victory was not simply the absence of defeat. It was about leaving a mark, a legacy that echoed through time. Even as the dust settled on the battlefield, Hannibal's mind raced with possibilities. He was not just a warrior, he was a thinker, a dreamer who imagined the world beyond the horizon. As he gazed across the fields stained with the remnants of conflict, he saw not just a victory or a loss, but a canvas upon which the future could be painted. With each campaign, he sought to carve a path that would change the destiny of nations. And yet, in the shadows of his triumph, there lay a flicker of vulnerability. His genius was both a gift and a burden. The weight of expectations, the thirst for victory, it could consume a man. Hannibal was in a constant dance with fate, aware that each victory could unleash new challenges, new enemies, and new fronts to fight. The very brilliance that had brought him fame could also lead him into the depths of despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, Hannibal's legacy loomed large. His methodologies, etched into the annals of history, stood as a testament to a mind that danced on the edge of brilliance. The flames of his ambition flickered, ready to spark anew, as he contemplated strategies yet untapped, battles yet unfought, forever weaving the intricate tapestry of his own fate. The frozen air of the Alps clung to Hannibal's skin like a shroud as he stood at the treacherous peak, gazing down at the valleys below, cloaked in mist and mystery. Each breath felt heavy, filled with the weight of his aspirations and the ghosts of those who had fallen along the way. The mountains loomed like silent guardians, their jagged edges cutting through the clouds, hiding the path that would lead his army into the heart of Italy. Here he was, a Carthaginian general, determined to carve his name into the annals of history, ready to take on Rome. the eternal city that radiated power and pride. Hannibal's heart beat with the rhythm of the war drums that echoed through his mind. He envisioned the legions of Rome, their armor glinting in the sunlight, marching with unwavering confidence. They were a force to be reckoned with, but he had something they lacked: strategy, cunning, and the ferocity of a lion defending its pride. He knew he had to strike at the heart of his enemy with a plan that would leave them gasping in shock. Every step he took would need to be calculated, for he was not merely seeking victory. He was hunting for a legacy that would ripple through time. As the first light of dawn broke over the rugged terrain, Hannibal gathered his troops. The faces of his soldiers, weary yet resolute, reflected the flickering flames of hope and determination. They were not just men, they were brothers forged in the fires of hardship and ambition. He spoke to them with a voice that surged like a tidal wave, igniting their spirits. "Today, we step into a land that has never known our strength. Italy will tremble beneath our feet." His words were not mere promises. They were the spark igniting a fire that had long been simmering within them. The journey through the Alps was a brutal test of endurance. Snowflakes danced like whispers around them, and the bitter wind howled in protest, yet they pressed forward. Each step was a struggle, a testament to their resolve. The harsh elements threatened to break them, but instead they united them. Hannibal was not merely leading them into battle, he was forging a bond that would transcend fear and despair. It was in these moments of hardship that he shaped his army, not just as soldiers, but as a single entity united by a shared dream of glory. Once they emerged from the mountains, the vast expanse of the Italian plains spread before them like an open canvas, waiting to be painted with the strokes of their ambition. Hannibal's eyes sparkled with the thrill of possibility. Rome was now within reach, and he was determined to seize the moment. He needed to disrupt the very foundation of Roman power and sow the seeds of chaos. His strategy was simple yet brilliant: lure the Romans into the open, where their numerical superiority and rigid formations could be transformed into their greatest weakness. The first encounter came swiftly. Hannibal's forces clashed with a Roman contingent near the banks of the Trebia River. The tension crackled in the air like static before a storm. As the Romans advanced in their disciplined lines, Hannibal feigned retreat, drawing them into a false sense of security. With the sun setting behind them, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the field, they charged forward, unaware of the trap that lay ahead. At that moment, the world slowed down. It was as if time held its breath. Hannibal's heart raced as he signaled his men to spring into action. From the flanks, a wave of cavalry surged, cutting into the Roman ranks like a knife through silk. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, drowning out the screams and shouts of battle. Victory was not just a possibility, it was an electrifying energy, pulsating through every soldier as they fought, not just for their lives, but for their dreams and their general who believed in them beyond measure. The battlefield became a swirling dance of chaos and valor. Hannibal's forces, though outnumbered, fought with the ferocity of trapped beasts. They were driven not just by fear of defeat, but by the intoxicating taste of victory, the dream of a world where Carthage could stand shoulder to shoulder with Rome. Each Roman soldier, felled under their blades, became a stepping stone towards that vision, a vision that trembled with the promise of greatness. As the dust settled and the cries of the fallen echoed in the twilight, Hannibal stood amidst the aftermath, the adrenaline coursing through him like wildfire. This was more than a battle won, it was the first crack in the facade of Roman invincibility. He could almost hear the whispers of men and women in Carthage, their voices rising in a chorus of hope, imagining a brighter future. The objectives he had laid out, the disruption of Roman power, the gradual encouragement of rebellion among their allies, were now within his grasp. But Hannibal knew that this was just the beginning. His journey across the Italian peninsula was fraught with challenges that loomed like dark clouds on the horizon. With every victory, the Romans would grow more desperate, more cunning. They would learn, adapt, and retaliate. Yet there was beauty in the struggle. It was woven into the very fabric of warfare. This was a dance of life and death, a test of wills, and he would lead his army through the storms to come. With Italy barely beginning to taste the consequences of his ambition, Hannibal felt the fire of his determination blaze brighter. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with battles waiting to be fought, alliances to be forged, and the ever-present spectre of the Roman legions. But with each heartbeat, he promised his men and himself that they would not falter. They would carve their path through history, driven by the desire for a legacy that echoed through time, a legacy worthy of the sacrifices made. And as they prepared to march deeper into the heart of Italy, the air thick with the tension of what was to come, Hannibal raised his sword, a beacon of hope and defiance. The Romans may have thought themselves invincible, but they had yet to witness the storm that was Hannibal Barca. His ambitions stretched beyond the horizon, intertwining with the fate of nations, waiting to unfold in a saga that would resonate through the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forum, a palpable tension gripped Rome. The air crackled with whispers of discontent, a restless energy that seeped into the hearts of citizens and senators alike. The Senate, once a bastion of power and prestige, now trembled on the brink of upheaval. It was not just politics at stake, it was the very soul of Rome. In the marble halls of the Senate, the patricians gathered, their faces etched with worry. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the rustle of togas. There was a sense of urgency, a fevered desperation to cling to their crumbling authority. Senators like Cicero, known for his eloquence, battled against the rising tide of populism that threatened to swallow them whole. His speeches echoed in their minds, a reminder of the days when the Senate held the reins of power. Yet now, the voices of the common people resounded louder, filled with dreams of reform and justice. Outside, the streets were alive with fervor. Crowds gathered, their faces a mix of hope and anger. The cries of the people, once silenced by the weight of tradition, now rang out with a haunting clarity. They demanded land, food, and a voice in the governance of their own lives. The memory of the Gracchi brothers loomed large, their tragic fates becoming symbols of the struggle between the elite and the masses. A young man named Gaius, with fire in his eyes, stood on the steps of the Temple of Jupiter, rallying the crowd with passionate words that sent shivers down the spines of passers-by. "We are the backbone of this city," he cried. "We will no longer be ignored." The Senate chambers felt the tremors of this new reality. Politicians, once indifferent to the cries of the public, now found themselves scrambling to keep their positions secure. They could no longer afford to dismiss the will of the people, yet their fear of losing power clouded their judgment. Alliances were formed and broken in the blink of an eye, as whispers of betrayal circled like vultures, eager for a feast. It was a game of chess where every move mattered, where lives hung in the balance. Cicero, with his keen mind, understood the shifting winds. He knew that while the Senate had the authority, the people had the passion. He took to the Senate floor, his voice rising above the murmurs. "We must listen. We cannot ignore the cries of the people, for they are the heart of Rome." Eyes turned towards him, a mixture of admiration and apprehension. Would they heed his warning, or would they remain shackled to their elitist ideals? Meanwhile, the crowd outside surged like an ocean wave, a collective heartbeat that pulsed with unyielding determination. Their chants filled the air, rising higher and higher, until it seemed they might break the very walls of the Senate. Liberty, equality, justice. The words danced through the streets, echoing off the ancient stones that had seen empires rise and fall. The people felt a flicker of hope, a glimpse of a world where they would not only survive, but thrive. Yet with hope came fear. The spectre of violence hovered in the shadows as factions within the Senate began to plot against the rising tide of populism. Senators who once enjoyed the comforts of power now faced an unsettling reality. The public could turn on them in an instant. The once unbreakable bond between the Senate and the people now felt like a fragile thread, threatening to snap at any moment. In the midst of this turmoil, a figure emerged, Julius Caesar. His very presence commanded attention, a combination of charisma and cunning that set him apart. He was both revered and feared, a military genius with an eye for opportunity. His return from Gaul was met with a mixture of excitement and dread. Was he the answer to the people's prayers, or a wolf in sheep's clothing? He stood at the crossroads of power, and the Senate watched him carefully, each member weighing their options. Caesar, with his piercing gaze, understood the pulse of the city. He could taste the shift in the air, the longing for change. He began to speak to the people, promising them reforms that resonated with their struggles. The crowd erupted in cheers, hanging on to his every word. "Together we shall build a Rome for all," he proclaimed, his voice carrying across the forum, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of many. But amongst the cheers, whispers of dissent spread through the Senate like wildfire. Would he betray them, or would he bring glory back to Rome? As the days turned into weeks, the tension thickened. The Senate, once a powerful institution, now felt like a fragile house of cards, ready to collapse at the slightest disturbance. The populace was restless, their hopes teetering on the edge of despair as corruption and greed festered within the walls of power. The struggles between the Senate and the people had reached a fever pitch, and the stakes had never been higher. In darkened corners of the Senate, conspiracies brewed. Senators plotted against Caesar, fearful of his growing influence. They whispered of tyranny, of a man who might seize absolute power and crush the republic beneath his heel. Outside, the people dared to dream of a better future. But uncertainty lingered in the air like a storm cloud. As the sun rose and set over the city, Rome found itself standing on the cusp of change. The Senate, once a symbol of stability, faced an uncertain fate as the heart of the city beat ever louder, demanding to be heard. Each day brought new challenges, new alliances, and new betrayals. The political climate was suffused with a sense of urgency, a yearning for transformation that neither the Senate nor the people could ignore. The streets surged with a life of their own, filled with fervent debates, hopeful cries, and simmering resentment. The fate of Rome hung in the balance, and with each passing moment, the tension grew thicker, wrapping itself around the hearts of all who dared to dream of a future they could reclaim. The city's fate would soon be decided, but the outcome remained uncertain, a tantalizing mystery that beckoned all to watch and wait, to bear witness to the unfolding of history. Under the scorching sun of a Roman afternoon, the air hummed with tension and anticipation. The clinking of armor and the rhythmic stomping of boots echoed through the dusty streets, each sound a reminder of the might that was the Roman army. This was not merely a collection of soldiers, it was a formidable force, a carefully composed unity of diverse individuals, bound together by a single purpose. The pride in their chests swelled like a wave crashing against the shores of distant lands, a powerful testament to their dedication and sacrifice. In this vast machinery of war, every soldier had a place, a story carved in the annals of history, from the sturdy, disciplined legionaries who formed the backbone of the army, to the agile auxiliaries drawn from distant provinces and foreign lands. The Roman army was a living tapestry woven from the threads of different cultures and backgrounds. Each man, whether a Roman citizen or a foreigner, carried with him dreams, fears, and a desire for glory. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the fields where they trained, the soldiers gathered to hear their centurion speak. He stood tall, the flicker of his torch illuminating the gleam of his armor. His voice rang out, powerful and commanding, as he recounted tales of valor and the honor that awaited those who fought for Rome. The men listened, eyes alight with fervor, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of ancient drums. Recruitment was not merely a process, it was a ritual steeped in the promise of glory, camaraderie, and the chance to change one's fate. The selection of recruits was meticulous, each man undergoing rigorous testing. Age, strength, and skill were all scrutinized. The young men were often pushed to their limits, engaging in relentless drills and mock battles. They trained tirelessly, sweat mingling with the dust of the training grounds, each drop a testament to their commitment. Those who faltered were weeded out, but for those who stood firm, the rewards were immense. They would don the distinctive insignia of the legions, their bodies transformed into symbols of power and resilience. But recruitment was not confined to the Roman heartlands. In the far reaches of the empire, towns and villages echoed with the same siren call. Men from Gaul, Britain, and even the eastern provinces were drawn into the fold, enticed by the promise of Roman citizenship and the spoils of war. They came with their own traditions, their own customs, a blend that enriched the Roman army. The warmth of a campfire in the company of comrades in arms replaced the chill of homesickness as they shared stories of their homelands, merging cultures to create a unique brotherhood. However, the allure of glory was often marred by the shadow of brutal reality. The battlefield was an unforgiving place, the training grounds transformed into sites of harsh lessons, where the line between life and death blurred under the chaos of combat. Men were forged in the fires of struggle, each battle leaving its mark. The camaraderie was palpable, a bond of brotherhood built on shared hardships, laughter amidst fear, and the bittersweet taste of victory. The decision to enlist was not taken lightly. It was a leap into the unknown. Families often watched their sons march away, pride and apprehension etched on their faces. The thought of their loved ones charging into the fray stirred deep emotions, the bittersweet tug of duty beckoning men into the arms of a colossal empire, while a silent worry echoed in the hearts of those left behind. The stories that followed, of heroism or tragedy, woven through whispered conversations, in the flickering light of oil lamps, added to a tapestry of anticipation. At the front line, the Roman soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their shields interlocking like the scales of a great beast. The enemy was often a mere shadow in the distance, yet the roar of a battle cry sent shivers down their spines, illuminating their resolve. Every thrust of a sword, every clash of steel, was underscored by the remembrances of their training, the fierce loyalty to their comrades, and the cries of their families echoing in their minds. As the dust settled after a clash, the aftermath left scars not just on the land, but deep within the souls of the men. Some returned triumphant, their chests adorned with medals and stories of valor, while others bore the weight of loss, the memories of fallen brothers haunting their steps. The bond formed in the fires of battle endured, a silent oath that the fallen would never be forgotten, a promise passed down like a torch igniting the next generation. Years passed, but the cycle of recruitment continued, an unbroken chain of dedication. Young men, eager to carve their names into the epic saga of Rome, would step forward, inspired by tales of those who had come before them. Parents and elders would watch with a mixture of pride and trepidation, knowing the path chosen was laden with both honor and peril. But the call of duty remained irresistible. Each new cohort was a reflection of the empire itself, a mixture of cultures, languages, and aspirations, united under the banner of Rome. The thrill of anticipation electrified the atmosphere. As new recruits donned their armor for the first time, the weight on their shoulders a promise they were willing to bear. In that moment, they became part of something greater than themselves, intertwined with the legacy of an empire that knew no bounds. With each passing day, the landscape of the army transformed. The rhythm of life within the camps pulsed with stories of affection, determination, and the ever-present shadow of fate. And as night cloaked the encampment, the flickering torchlight cast shadows that danced like the spirits of those who had gone before. The army stood resolute, a living embodiment of the dreams, sacrifices, and undying spirit of those who believed in the glory of Rome. The tales of triumph and tragedy echoed through the ages, urging the next generation to step into the unknown. It was a call to arms, a siren song of destiny that would resonate long after the last soldier had marched into history, leaving behind a legacy that continued to inspire. A thick blanket of tension hung in the air as the sun rose over Apulia, casting long shadows across the dry, cracked earth. The scent of dust mingled with anticipation, a prelude to the storm that was about to unfold. On one side stood the Romans, their mighty legions bristling with armor and weapons, men ready to defend the glory of Rome. On the other side, a force that seemed almost mythical, Hannibal and his Carthaginian army, poised to shatter the might of one of the greatest empires the world had ever known. As the legions assembled, their hearts were heavy with the weight of expectation. They were not merely soldiers. They were the embodiment of Roman pride. From distant provinces they had come, driven by loyalty, but now a flicker of doubt ignited in some of their minds. Whispers of Hannibal's cunning filled the air like the crackle of distant thunder. They had heard tales of how he had led his troops over the Alps, of the seemingly impossible feats he had achieved. And here they were, facing a man whose very name sent shivers down the spines of seasoned warriors. Hannibal, with his piercing eyes and a demeanor that radiated confidence, surveyed the vast expanse of the battlefield. His heart beat to the rhythm of strategy and ambition. He was a man on a mission, not just to win a battle, but to carve his name into history. The ghosts of his fallen comrades, lost in the chilling winds of the Alps, haunted him, urging him on. Each step he took was a tribute to their bravery, each breath a promise to honor their sacrifice. The Carthaginian encampment was alive with activity. Men sharpening their swords and checking their spears. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers in arms, bound together by loyalty and the shared dream of victory. Among them was the fierce cavalry, their horses stomping the ground in anticipation, ready to charge into the maelstrom of battle. Hannibal had carefully crafted a plan, a masterpiece of military genius that would soon unfold on this blood-stained ground. Nightfall brought an eerie calm, an unsettling quiet before the storm. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow on the earth below. In the Roman camp, the flickering torchlight illuminated anxious faces, men sharing tales of valor and fears of defeat. They spoke of the glory that awaited them should they succeed, but underneath the bravado lay a current of dread. Would they be the ones to fall, victims of Hannibal's ruthless tactics? As dawn approached, the tension thickened like a smog. The legions formed ranks, their shields glinting in the early light. The clanging of armor echoed as they prepared for the day that could change the course of history. Their general, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, stood at the forefront, rallying his troops with words meant to ignite their spirits. "Fight for Rome, fight for your brothers, fight for your honor." His voice rang out, but even he felt the weight of impending disaster clinging to him like a heavy cloak. Across the field, Hannibal's commanders flanked him, eyes shining with fierce loyalty. They had followed him through trials that would have broken lesser men. Each of them carried a story of triumph and loss, a testament to their leader's strategic brilliance. Hannibal looked into their eyes, sensing their unwavering resolve. He felt a spark of energy in the air, a sense of destiny, as if the very gods themselves had chosen this moment for battle. Suddenly, the stillness shattered as the first clash of metal reverberated across the plains. The Carthaginian forces surged forward like a wave crashing against the rocks. In the chaos, cries of battle filled the air, a cacophony of fear and courage intertwining. Roman shields clashed against Carthaginian swords, the noise an unspeakable symphony of war. In the heat of the moment, both sides fought for survival, the ground beneath them drenched in sweat and blood. Hannibal moved like a spectre among his men, a calculated presence in the midst of chaos. He directed his troops with a swift hand, shifting them like pieces on a chessboard. The encirclement was not just a tactic, it was an art form. He could feel it in his bones. The battle was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. The Romans, confident yet underestimating, were falling into his carefully laid trap. As the hours wore on, the sun climbed higher, scorching the earth and the souls of the warriors fighting upon it. The Roman legions began to falter, their formations breaking apart under the relentless pressure of Hannibal's forces. In the madness, individual stories of heroism emerged. A soldier finding courage in the face of certain death, a comrade refusing to abandon his fallen brother. Each moment was a testament to the human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest times, valor could shine brightly. But desperation clawed at the Romans. As the realization hit them, they were surrounded, their escape routes dwindling. Panic began to seep into their ranks, the once mighty shields now feeling heavy with the weight of impending doom. The cries of the wounded mingled with the battle cries, each sound a reminder of what was at stake. This was not just about land or power, this was about survival. Hannibal, sensing the tides turning in his favor, pressed on with relentless determination. The adrenaline coursed through his veins as he rallied his troops for one final push. He could see the glimmers of doubt in the eyes of the Roman soldiers, the flicker of fear igniting a fire within him. Each step forward felt like destiny, a step closer to achieving an impossible victory. In that moment, as swords clashed and men fell, the world stood still for an instant. The air was thick with sweat, blood, and the unyielding spirit of two armies clashing for honor and legacy. The ground quaked beneath their feet, trembling with the weight of history. And as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that danced across the battlefield, the stage was set for the maelstrom that was about to engulf them all. The echoes of their fates intertwined, threads of glory and despair weaving a tapestry that would forever mark the annals of time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, wavering shadows across the dusty expanse of Cannae. The once peaceful landscape was destined to become a stage for one of history's most legendary battles. As the wind whispered through the trees, it seemed to echo the tension that crackled in the air. an unspoken promise of bloodshed and glory. Here, on this seemingly simple patch of earth, the fate of empires would be decided, and the ground would absorb the stories of the brave and the broken. The geography of Cannae, with its undulating hills and narrow plains, was not just a backdrop, it was a character in its own right. The battlefield was a canvas painted by nature, its features shaped by time and conflict. To the west, the river Aufidus meandered, its waters a silken ribbon that would witness acts of valor and desperation. The river not only served as a strategic point for both armies, but also as a silent observer, reflecting the chaos and the courage that would soon unfold on its banks. Surrounding the battlefield were gentle slopes, rising like the arms of giants, ready to embrace the storm that was about to erupt. These hills were not merely contours of the land, they held secrets, fears, and dreams of countless soldiers who would fight for their honor and homeland. The Romans, proud and resolute, marched forward with their disciplined formations, while the Carthaginians, led by the cunning Hannibal, prepared for a clash that would shatter the very fabric of the known world. In the days leading up to the battle, the dry heat bore down on the soldiers like an omen, and every gust of wind felt heavy with anticipation. The Romans, confident in their strength, believed the layout of Cannae would work in their favor. They were accustomed to open fields, where their formations could unleash the full force of their might. But they had no idea that Hannibal had drawn them into a trap, one that would exploit the very nature of the battlefield itself. Hannibal was a master of strategy, a man who understood the nuances of the land and how to bend it to his will. He positioned his troops in a way that invited the Romans to attack, luring them into a false sense of security. The hills to the side concealed his flanking units, a serpent coiled, ready to strike. The layout of Cannae was not just a collection of hills and valley, it was a web of fate, intricately woven to ensnare the unwary. As the day of battle dawned, the air thickened with the smell of sweat and resolve. The Roman legions, their armor glinting in the sun, formed into their iconic testudo, a shield wall designed to protect them from the flanks. Yet, as they advanced, their confidence turned into overconfidence, blinding them to the danger that lurked in the shadows of the hills. The ground beneath their feet, deceptively level, cradled the weight of history, waiting to erupt with the fury of 1,000 men. The clash began with a thunderous roar, the sound of swords meeting shields echoing like a war hymn. As the battle raged, the geography of Cannae transformed into a theater of chaos. The hills that once stood as silent sentinels now reverberated with the cries of men and the clash of steel. The narrow plains became a living nightmare, every inch contested, every breath a struggle for survival. The sight of soldiers falling, the earth soaked in blood, was an image that would haunt the land for generations. Hannibal's forces moved like shadows through the dust, their speed and agility a stark contrast to the rigid formations of the Romans. The very topography of the battlefield aided their agile maneuvers. The Carthaginian cavalry, riding with the ferocity of a tempest, surged around the flanks, encircling the Roman legions like a tidal wave. The hills, once a passive backdrop, now served as vantage points for commanders to oversee the unfolding carnage, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the clash of their soldiers below. As the battle continued, the sun climbed higher, illuminating the desperation etched on the faces of both armies. The Romans, caught in the grip of panic as they realized they were surrounded, fought valiantly, their cries blending into a symphony of despair. The very geography that had drawn them into battle now conspired against them, turning the earth into a trap where valor met its most bitter end. In those harrowing moments, time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing the unfolding tragedy. The ground of Cannae was not merely soil, it was a witness to the hope of the brave, the fear of the weak, and the relentless march of destiny. As the last cries of the fallen mingled with the wind, the battlefield was marked forever, an indelible stain on the fabric of history. As dusk fell, the once vibrant landscape fell silent, the echoes of battle fading into the night. Cannae would become more than just a location. It would be a symbol of what could happen when geography met genius, a reminder of the power held within the earth itself. The hills stood tall, bearing witness to the bloodshed, the cries, and the legacies forged in the heat of conflict. The ground, now soaked in sorrow, whispered stories that would be passed down through ages. Tales of bravery and betrayal, of triumph and tragedy. With every passing moment, the battlefield awaited its next chapter, as the spirits of those who fought lingered, connected to the land they had once trod upon. The geography of Cannae had not just shaped the battle, it would echo through time, a silent guardian of history's most profound lessons. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the earth remained alert, ready for what would come next, a continuation of the saga that began with courage and ended in the depths of loss. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red glow over the battlefield, where two titans of the ancient world would soon clash. On one side stood the disciplined legionnaires of Rome, their armor glinting like a wall of steel against the horizon. On the other, the fierce warriors of Carthage, their battle cries echoing like thunder across the plains, ready to defend their existence. The tension in the air was palpable, a suffocating mixture of anticipation and dread. Every heart, whether Roman or Carthaginian, raced with the knowledge that the outcome of this epic confrontation would ripple through history for generations to come. Rome's legions, formidable in their organization and sheer numbers, marched with a relentless purpose. Each soldier was a cog in a massive machine, trained from youth to fight with unwavering loyalty. The Roman army could field up to 400,000 soldiers at its peak, a testament to its might and the ability to draw from vast territories. The soldiers were not just farmers or laborers armed for battle. They were legionaries, equipped with heavy armor, shields, and the deadly gladius, a short sword designed for swift, lethal strikes. The discipline instilled in them turned men into a singular force, often moving as one unit, their synchronized steps creating a rhythm that echoed across the plains. In stark contrast, the Carthaginian army, though fewer in numbers, was a tapestry of different cultures and fighting styles. Stretched across the Mediterranean, Carthage drew warriors from various lands, the fierce Numidians, masters of cavalry, the Spaniards, wielding long swords with deadly precision, and the native North Africans skilled in both infantry and archery. This melting pot of talent and diversity gave the Carthaginian army a unique edge. They were unpredictable, a wild storm against Rome's disciplined tides. Historians often estimate that, at the height of their power, Carthage could muster around 300,000 troops, but it was the combination of their varied backgrounds that made them truly formidable. The Roman legions, clad in their standard red tunics, advanced methodically, forming impenetrable lines. Their formation was like a wall, standing firm against the elements and the chaos of war. With each step, the ground trembled beneath their feet, foretelling a storm of iron and blood. Their general, a tactician trained in the art of war, stood tall, surveying his troops with pride and purpose. He felt the weight of history on his shoulders, an unyielding burden that drove him to ensure the glory of Rome. Each man in the ranks looked to their leader, knowing that their fates were intertwined, bound by the ambitions of a vast empire. Carthage, however, was not without its own heroes. Hannibal Barca, the brilliant commander, stood among his troops, a roiling fire in his belly. He gazed upon the mixed ranks of his army, feeling the pulse of their anticipation. The Carthaginian forces were far more than just numbers. They were an embodiment of his father's dreams and the sacrifices of countless lives. Hannibal understood that the strength of his forces lay not in their size, but in their heart and spirit. Each soldier carried a story, a reason to fight. The Numidians, with their swift horses, were ready to outmaneuver the Roman giants, darting in and out like shadows. The Iberians brandished their long swords, their eyes gleaming with the promise of glory and revenge. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, both sides grew restless. The air crackled with intensity. Rome, with its ironclad discipline, and Carthage, with its wild, unpredictable spirit, were poised for a monumental clash. The Roman soldiers clutched their shields, the polished bronze reflecting their steely resolve, while the Carthaginian warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for the storm. Moments stretched into eternity as each side waited for the signal to unleash chaos. The Roman general raised his arm, his voice booming like a war horn, urging his men onward. In that moment, they surged forward, an unstoppable wave of iron and determination. The ground shook as they charged, their battle cries rising in unison, a chilling song of fate that sent shivers down the backs of all who heard it. Across the field, Hannibal's command rang out like a call to the wild. The Carthaginians, fueled by history and ambition, answered with fervor. They met the oncoming tide with fierce resistance, their diverse tactics creating a whirlwind of confusion among the Roman ranks. The cavalry swept in, a blur of hooves and dust, flanking the legions and sowing discord in their well-structured lines. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic dance of life and death, each warrior fighting not just for victory, but for the honor of their name and the blood of their ancestors. The clash was thunderous, echoing across the valleys and hills, a symphony of clashing steel and desperate shouts. In those moments, time stood still, and the men fighting on either side became more than soldiers. They became legends. The size of their armies mattered little in the chaos of battle, where heroism and fear intertwined under the weight of history. As blood spilled onto the parched earth, the ghost of destiny loomed over the battlefield. Who would emerge victorious? Would it be the disciplined might of Rome or the spirited ferocity of Carthage? Each side fought with a heart full of dreams and a mind haunted by the shadows of what could come. The thrill of battle surged through their veins, and in that moment, they were not merely soldiers. They were the embodiment of their nations, fighting for their existence, their beliefs, their souls. And as the battle raged, the outcome hung in the balance. Both armies embodying the clash of worlds, cultures, and destinies. The sun dipped low, casting a final crimson glow over the blood-soaked ground, a reminder that history is written in courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to fight. The echoes of their struggles would resonate long after the final clash of weapons, a haunting reminder that in war, as in life, nothing is ever truly over. The sun hung high above the Roman Empire, casting its golden rays over a world that believed it could do no wrong. In the bustling streets of Rome, merchants shouted their wares, children played, and senators debated the future of their mighty civilization. Yet, beneath the surface of this vibrant society lay a current of overconfidence, a hubris that would soon send ripples of chaos through the very foundations of their empire. In the year 9 AD, the echoes of battle resounded in the Teutoburg forest. A Roman general, Publius Quinctilius Varus, marched his legions deep into the heart of Germania, convinced that the native tribes would bow before the might of Rome. His arrogance blinded him to the truth. These tribes knew their land far better than he did, and they were fueled by a fierce desire to protect their home. Varus, with his polished armor and gleaming standards, thought himself invincible. He had already crushed lesser foes and believed he could easily overpower these savages. But the woods whispered secrets to the tribes. Under the dense canopy, the air was thick with anticipation. Arminius, a chieftain of the Cherusci, had once served in the Roman army and understood their tactics well. He knew Varus would come, and the thought of the Roman arrogance made his heart race with both excitement and dread. He gathered his warriors, igniting their courage with promises of freedom and revenge. The tribes united, fueled by a shared history of oppression under Roman rule. They felt the pulse of their ancestors, urging them on. As Varus marched on, he reveled in the belief that he was destined for greatness. He envisioned the triumphal arches that would be erected in his honor, the accolades that would flow from the Senate. His legions, confident and well-trained, marched with a sense of invulnerability, their eyes glinting with the thrill of conquest. They did not see the gathering storm. They were too busy basking in the glow of their own accomplishments. The moment the ambush struck was a clash of destiny. Arminius led his warriors in a fierce, coordinated attack that came from all sides. The Romans, snared in the narrow paths of the forest, fought valiantly but were soon overwhelmed. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of men filled the air as the Roman standard fell, a symbol of their impending doom. Varus realized too late his trust in the superiority of Rome was his greatest miscalculation. The forest, once a backdrop to his ambitions, became a graveyard for his dreams. Back in Rome, news of the disaster arrived like a thunderclap. The Senate was thrown into chaos. Senators who had once cheered Varus and his campaigns now pointed fingers and cried for blood. How could such an event occur in an empire that prided itself on its military prowess? The hubris that had driven Varus was now a poison that seeped into the very fabric of Roman society. The belief that Rome could conquer all had faltered, but still, the overconfidence lingered. Stories of the legion's demise spread like wildfire, igniting fear and uncertainty. Mothers whispered tales to their children, warning them of the dangers of pride. Yet, in the halls of power, many remained indifferent or even dismissive. They clung to the belief that their empire was untouchable, that the glory of Rome would always overshadow any failures. This denial only fanned the flames of arrogance, and the specter of hubris loomed larger than ever. In the years that followed, other leaders emerged, many of whom were equally blinded by their own ambition. The invasion of Britain in 43 AD, led by Aulus Plautius, was heralded as a new chapter of glory. Yet, as they crossed the Channel, historians would later note the overconfidence that guided their every move. The Roman troops landed expecting to be welcomed as liberators, but the fierce resistance of the Britons caught them off guard. The belief that they were superior, that their civilization could not fail, led to a series of costly battles. Even as victories were claimed, the seeds of doubt were sown. The arrogance that characterized their campaigns was evident in many military decisions. The Romans underestimated the strength and resolve of their enemies, believing that their advanced weaponry and tactics would easily secure their dominion. Each miscalculation echoed the lessons of the past, yet history seemed to fade into mere whispers on the winds of time. A chilling sense of inevitability hung over the empire as it expanded. The lush lands of Gaul, the deserts of Egypt, and the rolling hills of Britannia all were taken with a sense of entitlement. The Senate celebrated each conquest, overlooking the rising tensions that simmered beneath the surface. The people craved glory, and their leaders were all too willing to feed that hunger, even as the foundation of their empire began to crack. Then came the year 69 AD, known infamously as the Year of the Four Emperors. The civil strife that unfolded was a direct consequence of a legacy steeped in hubris. Nero's descent into madness had left a vacuum filled with ambition and betrayal. Each leader that rose sought to solidify their power, believing they could control the tides of fate. Yet, with each attempt, the damage deepened, and the empire became a battleground of egos. The streets of Rome, once thriving with the energy of its citizens, were now filled with whispers of betrayal and the blood of the innocent. As the final days of the Julio-Claudian dynasty loomed, the specter of overconfidence persisted. Leaders failed to recognize the fragile balance of power that kept the empire intact. They underestimated the people, believing that their loyalty was guaranteed. But beneath the surface, resentment simmered. The grandeur of Rome shone bright, yet it cast a long shadow over those who felt the weight of neglect and oppression. In that moment, the empire stood at a crossroads. The very qualities that had propelled it to greatness now threatened to destroy it from within. The Romans were trapped in a cycle of overestimation and denial, and the world watched with bated breath as the consequences of hubris spiraled out of control. What would follow was not just a lesson for Rome, but a cautionary tale for all civilizations that dared to believe they were invincible. The air crackled with uncertainty, and history held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick with tension as the sun glared down on the battlefield, casting long shadows over the soldiers lined up like pawns on a giant chessboard. Two great armies faced each other, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy fog. On one side stood the Romans, their armor gleaming, shields raised high, muscles tensed with the anticipation of glory. Opposite them, Hannibal's forces, a mix of fierce warriors from different lands, stood ready, their eyes alight with a fierce determination that spoke of victories past and the promise of a future etched in legend. As the horns sounded the call to battle, the air crackled with raw energy. Each man could feel the pulse of destiny thrumming through the ground beneath his feet. Hannibal had a plan, one that would become the stuff of legends, and as his soldiers glanced at their leader, they saw not just a man, but a strategist whose mind was as sharp as the swords they wielded. He had fought through mountains and rivers, through harsh winters and relentless foes, and now he stood poised to turn the tide of history with a cunning that seemed almost supernatural. The Romans, confident in their strength, expected a head-on clash. They had fought countless battles before and prided themselves on their discipline and valor. But Hannibal, with a flick of the wrist and a glint in his eye, was about to unravel their expectations. He knew that brute force alone would not win this day. It was in the subtlety of his tactics that victory lay, woven into the very fabric of his formations. As the armies surged forward, Hannibal's troops executed a breathtaking maneuver that left the Romans momentarily stunned. The center of Hannibal's line began to pull back, almost as if retreating. It was a risky move, one that could expose his flanks and invite disaster. But the Romans, blinded by their fervor and the scent of victory, surged forward, believing they had the upper hand. There was a collective gasp as the Roman soldiers, intoxicated by the smell of impending triumph, failed to see the trap being laid before them. Hannibal's soldiers began to encircle the Romans, a noose tightening with each passing moment. The double envelopment unfolded like a well-rehearsed dance, each movement choreographed to perfection. The Romans found themselves caught between two forces, their backs pressed against the merciless wall of determination. Panic set in as they realized they were nowhere near the glory they sought. Instead, they were surrounded, encased in a deadly embrace crafted by Hannibal's brilliant mind. The clash of metal rang out, mingling with the anguished cries of soldiers as the realization of their fate sank in. Their formation, once so proud and unyielding, began to splinter like dry wood under a powerful blow. Hannibal's men moved with a ferocity and grace, a symphony of war, where every note resonated with the rhythm of survival. They fought not just for their own lives, but for the memory of their ancestors, for the lands they called home, for the legacy that would echo through time. Hannibal stood resolute, a figure almost mythic against the backdrop of chaos. His heart raced, not just with the adrenaline of battle, but with an understanding of the weight of what was unfolding. He was not a mere commander, he was a maestro conducting an orchestra of fate. Each strike, each maneuver, was a part of a larger composition, and he felt the pulse of history beating in sync with the clash of swords. As the encirclement tightened, the Romans found themselves not just outnumbered, but overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of Hannibal's strategy. The very ground beneath them became a stage for despair, where hopes for conquest crumbled like brittle leaves in the autumn wind. Their formations, once invincible, shattered under the relentless pressure of Hannibal's determination. It was as if the gods themselves had turned their eyes from Rome, allowing the inevitable to unfold. Amidst the chaos, there were moments of pause. A soldier, face streaked with dirt and sweat, caught sight of a comrade falling to the ground. A look of disbelief frozen on his face. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed the clash. A whisper of fear danced in the air, but for Hannibal's men, it was a whisper of hope, of destiny fulfilled. They were not merely fighting for survival, they were part of something larger than themselves, a collective surge toward greatness. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that mirrored the despair enveloping the Roman ranks. Their once mighty formation had turned into a swirling mass of chaos, a frantic attempt to escape the tightening grip of Hannibal's forces. Yet there was no escape. Whole units began to break apart, scattering like leaves in a storm, their cries mingling with the relentless sound of clashing steel. Hannibal watched, his heart pounding with a mix of triumph and sorrow. He knew that the battlefield was a cruel mistress, demanding sacrifices and etching pain into the annals of history. But in this moment, he also knew that he was on the cusp of creating a legacy that would be talked about for generations. His strategy was a testament to the power of thought and cunning, a reminder that battles are not just fought with swords, but with the mind. The Romans, once so confident, were now a tide receding against the shore. The realization washed over them like a cold wave, a bitter taste of failure mingling with the dust of their defeated hopes. Hannibal's double envelopment had not just surrounded them, it had captured their very essence, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. The world watched as history turned on its axis, and with each passing moment, the echoes of this day would resonate through time, intertwining with the fate of empires and the dreams of men. In the midst of the chaos, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, as if the heavens themselves were acknowledging the shift in power. With every clash, every anguished cry, Hannibal felt the weight of possibility pressing down upon him. He was not merely a leader of men, he was a force of nature, a storm that had gathered the strength of mountains and rivers, now unleashed upon the unsuspecting Romans. And as he stood in this maelstrom of fate, the thought echoed in his mind. This was not just a battle. It was a moment in time that would reverberate through history, a lesson in strategy and audacity, a testament to the unyielding spirit of human ambition. As dawn broke, a heavy mist clung to the ground like a shroud, muffling the sounds of the world waking up. It was a silence pregnant with anticipation, a stillness that seemed to hold its breath. The calm before the storm was palpable, and the soldiers lining up in the fields could feel the electric tension in the air. Each man stood with his heart pounding, a wild rhythm that mirrored the chaos about to unfold. The sun, a fiery orb, began to rise, casting long shadows across the land, illuminating the faces of those who were both resolved and terrified. The day of battle had arrived, and with it came the weight of history, the burden of each man's duty. As they looked across the expanse, they could see the enemy forming in the distance, a dark mass, bristling with steel and determination. The air was thick with the scent of earth, sweat, and fear, mingling into a heady perfume of impending conflict. In the distance, a horn blared, a shrill, urgent sound that sliced through the tension, signaling the moment they had all dreaded and prepared for. The cavalry, with their powerful steeds and glinting armor, charged forward, breaking the barrier of silence like a dam bursting. Dust erupted beneath their hooves, swirling in clouds that danced in the morning sun. The ground shook with the force of their advance, and the soldiers could feel the vibrations in their bones, a reminder that this was no ordinary day. Each soldier had his own story, his own reason for standing in that field. Some were driven by honor, others by duty, and some simply by the will to survive. But as the armies clashed, those personal stories melted into a singular narrative of chaos and valor. The initial engagements were explosive. Weapons clanged, and shouts filled the air, a cacophony of violence that echoed through the valley. Men fell, some screaming, others silent, their eyes wide with shock. Blood painted the ground, a vivid reminder of the stakes, the price of glory. The commanders, perched on their horses, shouted orders, their voices barely rising above the din. "Hold the line! Push forward!" they cried, urging their men into the fray. The tension was a living thing, weaving between the soldiers, wrapping around them like a noose. Each command felt like a lifeline, each retreat a desperate gasp for air. In the midst of the chaos, one young soldier named Thomas found himself thrust into the storm of battle. His heart raced, and his thoughts spiraled as he swung his sword, the blade reflecting the sun's light in brief, blinding flashes. His hands trembled, not just from fear, but from the realization that this was no longer a training exercise. This was real, and around him, the world had descended into madness. He remembered his father's words, a mantra of courage: "Fight for your brothers, fight for your home." But now, as he parried another blow, the sentiment felt like a whisper drowned out by the roar of war. All around him, men fought valiantly, yet with desperation etched on their faces. Some raised their swords high, rallying their comrades, while others fell to their knees, clutching wounds that would never heal. The ground beneath them became a tapestry of desperation, bravery, and loss. Each life extinguished a thread woven into the fabric of fate. The battle surged like a tide, ebbing and flowing with ferocity. There were moments of fierce engagement, followed by brief pauses where men sought water, reassured themselves, and gripped their weapons tighter, knowing well that what lay ahead was more than just a fight. It was a struggle for survival. Thomas caught sight of a soldier nearby, an older man with deep lines etched into his face, who fought with a grizzled tenacity that inspired awe. The older man caught Thomas's eye and nodded, a silent exchange of camaraderie that spoke volumes amidst the chaos. Yet, just as quickly, the scene shifted. A sudden, deafening crash of artillery erupted, sending shock waves through the formation. The earth trembled beneath them, and a plume of smoke rose into the sky, twisting and curling like a serpent. For a heartbeat, time froze as men shielded their eyes. And in that moment of horror, the reality of war bore down upon them like a crushing weight. The battlefield transformed, a swirling vortex of sound and fury, where fear and adrenaline morphed into a singular drive to fight or flee. As the lines began to blur, confusion spread like wildfire. The initial maneuvers that had been so carefully planned began to unravel. Flanks that were supposed to hold firm buckled under pressure, and in the chaos, soldiers lost sight of their commanders. Thomas felt his heart race as he turned, searching for a familiar face in the throng. He stumbled upon a group of men forming a ragged line, their faces determined yet weary. Without thinking, he joined them, the instinct to survive becoming stronger than the fear that threatened to consume him. And then came the charge. The enemy surged forward like a dark wave crashing onto the shore, and in that moment, the battlefield morphed into a hellscape of violence. Thomas felt the heat of bodies colliding, the clash of metal on metal, the cries of the wounded punctuating the chaos. It was a primal dance, a struggle for existence, and for every second that passed, it felt as if time itself had warped, stretching into an eternity filled with terror and triumph. In the swirling mass of bodies and steel, moments of clarity sparked like fireworks. A soldier falling beside him, eyes glazing over, a desperate gasp escaping his lips. A glimpse of an enemy soldier, fear mirrored in his eyes as he swung his sword in wild fury. When swords clashed, it was a symphony of death and valor, and the air tasted of iron and smoke, a bitter reminder of the stakes at hand. The day wore on, the sun rising higher, casting a harsh light on the brutal reality before them. The battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of once vibrant lives, now mere shadows in the dirt. The cries of the wounded mingled with the resolute shouts of those who refused to yield, each cry a note in a haunting melody that would echo long after the dust had settled. As the sun began to dip, painting the sky with hues of crimson and orange, the battle waged on, each moment more intense than the last. Amidst the chaos, amidst the blood and the tears, the bonds of brotherhood forged stronger. As Thomas fought, he felt a flicker of hope igniting in his chest, a warmth that cut through the cold fear that had gripped him since dawn. But hope is a fragile thing, easily extinguished in the tempest of war. As he raised his sword once more, preparing for the next clash, the horizon darkened with the promise of more to come. The relentless push and pull of the tide of battle was far from over, and the true test of resolve had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain of North Africa. Dust swirled around, mingling with the smell of sweat and anticipation. Somewhere in the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, a rhythmic thumping that quickened the pulse of all who heard it. The Carthaginian army, a sea of glinting armor and vibrant banners, stood poised for battle. At the forefront were the cavalry, fierce and relentless, their eyes burning with the fire of impending conflict. Hannibal Barca, a name that would etch itself into the annals of history, understood the power of cavalry like no other. He had witnessed the tides of war shift under the swift hooves of horsemen, and he intended to ride that wave of momentum to victory. His cavalry was not merely a support unit, they were the spearhead of his tactics, the very essence of his strategy. The sight of his Numidian horsemen, agile and fearless, sent shivers down the spines of his enemies. These were not just warriors, they were the embodiment of Hannibal's will, his advantage in a world rife with conflict. As the Carthaginian army prepared for the battle, whispers of valor and fear mingled in the air. The soldiers knew that the cavalry would charge first, a whirlwind of speed and chaos aimed at breaking the enemy's lines. Each rider was trained to harness the untamed spirit of their mounts, to transform them into instruments of war. The horses, sleek and powerful, could feel the tension in the air, their nostrils flaring as they caught the scent of battle. They were not merely beasts, they were warriors in their own right, sharing a bond of loyalty and ferocity with their riders. In the thick of the ranks, a young cavalryman clutched the reins of his steed, heart racing, as he listened to the battle cries of his fellow soldiers. Memories of previous battles flashed through his mind, moments of glory and horror, where the cavalry had turned the tide with their furious charges. The taste of victory was sweet, but the fear of failure gnawed at him. Would today be a day of triumph, or would it end in despair? Around him, the seasoned veterans exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of confidence and grim resolve. When the signal to advance finally rang out across the field, it was as if a dam had burst. The cavalry surged forward, a torrent of muscle and energy, kicking up clouds of dust as they raced toward their destiny. The enemy, caught off guard, felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of the oncoming storm. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The sound of galloping hooves filled the air, drowning out all else. The cavalry was not just a force. They were a living wave, unstoppable and fierce, crashing against the enemy's defenses. As the two forces collided, the chaos erupted like a fierce thunderstorm. Clashing metal, shouts of men, and the cries of horses created a symphony of war that echoed across the battlefield. Hannibal watched from a distance, his heart pounding with each movement of his cavalry. He had orchestrated this encounter with meticulous precision, knowing that the key to victory lay in the ability to outmaneuver the enemy. His cavalry was not merely an extension of his will. They were a manifestation of his genius, each rider a note in the grand composition that was his battle strategy. Among the ranks, one particular horseman stood out. His name was Hannibal, the commander of Hannibal's cavalry, a man known not just for his prowess in battle, but for his unyielding spirit. As he led the charge, adrenaline coursed through his veins. He could feel the electric energy of the battlefield, the taste of blood in the air. With every sweep of his sword, he cut through the enemy lines, his men following his lead with unwavering trust. They were not just following orders, they were part of a brotherhood, bonded by the shared thrill of combat. The initial shock of the cavalry's charge sent ripples through the enemy ranks. The Roman soldiers, trained and disciplined, found themselves scrambling to hold their formations. The cavalry, fast and fierce, darted in and out, striking like a pack of wolves. Each blow landed was a reminder of Hannibal's cunning. Each victory was a testament to his understanding of the battlefield. The Romans, proud and confident, faced the harsh reality that they were up against not just a general, but a force of nature. As the battle raged, the tide shifted with the deft maneuvers of the cavalry. They were everywhere, like shadows flitting through the chaos, their presence felt but rarely seen. Hannibal's strategy was coming to life before his eyes. The enemy's formations began to falter, the once steadfast ranks cracking under the pressure of relentless attacks. It was a beautiful dance of war, orchestrated with grace and precision, and every step was powered by the unwavering resolve of Hannibal's horsemen. In the thick of the fray, Hannibal urged his men onward, their hearts beating as one. The thrill of battle surged through the ranks, their fear transformed into a primal desire to conquer. They could hear the shouts of their comrades, the unmistakable sound of victory echoing in their ears. The moment was intoxicating, making every risk worthwhile. There was no turning back now. They were in the throes of history, fighting not just for their lives, but for the legacy that Hannibal had forged. And as the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, it became clear the role of cavalry was not just in the charge, it was in the spirit of the men who rode. In their hearts burned a fire lit by Hannibal's vision, a fire that would not be extinguished until they either stood victorious or fell in the pursuit of glory. The clash of steel and the cries of the fallen became the backdrop of their shared destiny. In the face of chaos, they found purpose, and with every beat of the drum, the promise of victory grew louder, propelling them forward into the unknown. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue over the Roman battlefield, illuminating the proud soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder, their armor glinting in the waning light. The air was thick with tension, anticipation crackling like dry leaves underfoot. Each soldier felt the weight of history on their shoulders, the legacy of glory and conquest. But within the proud formation of the legions, a pulse of vulnerability throbbed quietly beneath the surface. The flanks, those crucial edges of the formation, shimmered with a dangerous allure, ripe for exploitation by crafty enemies lurking just beyond the horizon. As the trumpets blared, signaling the start of the march, a young centurion named Marcus tightened his grip on his sword, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline. He had trained hard, dreaming of leading his men to victory, of being a hero in the annals of Rome. Yet, as he glanced at the men beside him, he couldn't shake the gnawing doubt in his gut. He had heard whispers of enemies who studied the Roman way of war with an insatiable hunger, eager to find the cracks in an otherwise impenetrable wall. On the fringes of the battlefield, the shadowy outlines of Celtic warriors flickered like ghosts among the trees. The Romans might have stood proud and tall in their disciplined formations, but the Celts were a whirlwind of chaos, their war cries echoing through the woods, striking fear into the hearts of seasoned soldiers. They were experts in ambush, circling like vultures, their eyes fixed on the flanks, the very areas where the Roman shield wall thinned. It was here, at the edges, that the courage of a few could turn the tide against the might of an empire. Just then, a shiver ran down Marcus's spine as he recalled the stories of past battles. He remembered the tale of the Battle of Cannae, where Hannibal had lured the Romans into a trap, encircling them with his flanking maneuvers. The image of Roman soldiers, once proud and unyielding, crumbling under the weight of their own formation, haunted him, a ghostly reminder of the fragility of strength. His heart raced, a visceral tug of fear and determination weaving through him. The soldiers advanced, their boots thudding against the earth in a rhythmic march, but within that rhythm lay a vulnerability. The flanks were open, ready to be exploited. The Romans had mastered the art of war, but they had also birthed an arrogance that dulled their senses. They believed that their formations were perfect, but the enemy was cunning, always seeking the moment of weakness, the chink in the armor. Whispers of a small party of warriors surged through Marcus's mind. From the depths of the woods, a group of mercenaries had once managed to slip through the Roman lines, striking from the sides, creating chaos. The memories of that fateful day were etched in the minds of the legion. Men lost, hopes shattered, and the bitter taste of defeat lingering long after the battle had ended. As the memories surged, he felt the chill of fear grip him tighter, but it was quickly replaced by a spark of resolve. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. With newfound determination, Marcus turned to his men, their faces smudged with dirt, but filled with unwavering loyalty. "Stay sharp, watch the sides," he shouted, his voice barely rising above the din of clanging armor and marching feet. A murmur of acknowledgement rippled through the ranks, but deep down, he knew that the anxiety had taken root in their hearts. The Roman legions pressed on, their formidable wall of shields moving like a well-oiled machine. Still, the danger lurked just out of sight, hidden among the trees. The Celts observed, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They knew the Romans relied on their formation, their discipline, but they also knew that every fortress has its weak points. Every great army has a flaw. The tension exploded into action when a piercing war cry echoed through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, Celtic warriors erupted from the tree line, a wild fury personified. They charged toward the flanks of the Roman formation, screaming their battle chants, their painted faces a frightening sight. Panic rippled through the ranks, a momentary crack in the wall of confidence. Marcus's heart pounded in his chest as he witnessed the chaos unfold. A wave of soldiers rushed to meet the threat, but as they shifted to the sides, the center weakened. The formation that had once seemed unbreakable now trembled under the strain of protecting its flanks. The Celts poured through, darting between the Roman lines like shadows, each one wielding a weapon with fierce intent. Amidst the chaos, Marcus fought with all his might, his sword slicing through the air, the sound of clashing metal ringing in his ears. He could feel the heat of battle, the sweat pouring down his brow, blurring his vision. Yet even as he struck down one enemy, he could hear the cries of his men, desperate for strength, for a unified front. But the flanking maneuvers had become a dance of death. The Roman legions, once a bastion of order, now swirled in a frenzy of confusion. "Hold the line!" Marcus shouted, but the words felt feeble against the tide of madness. He fought, not just for his comrades, but for the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. Each swing of his sword was a plea to the gods for guidance and strength. But with every fallen warrior, the dread deepened. The flanks, those once proud extensions of the Roman shield wall, had become the very source of their vulnerability. As the battle raged on, the realization sank in deeper, clawing at the edges of Marcus's resolve. How could they defend against an enemy that thrived on unpredictability? The flanks, the very arms of their formation, had turned into a treacherous ground. A reminder that even the greatest of armies are merely one misstep away from ruin. The Celtic warriors surged, relentless and wild, and with each clash, the realization grew heavier. The strength of Rome was not impenetrable, not without vigilance, not without understanding the delicate balance of their formation. The very essence of their might, discipline, was now their greatest vulnerability. Amidst the chaos, Marcus locked eyes with a fellow centurion, the unspoken fear mirrored in their expressions. The war raged on, but the battle for the flanks had only just begun, a tempest of emotion and urgency weaving into the fabric of that fateful day. The stage was set, and the echoes of their struggle would haunt both the victors and the vanquished. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting long shadows through the once mighty forum, where whispers of power and glory had echoed against the marble columns for centuries. Now, as the shadows grew longer, the air hung thick with dread, and the ancient stones seemed to tremble with the weight of what was to come. In this moment, it felt as if the very heartbeat of Rome was faltering, caught in the grip of a fear that had seeped into the city's soul. Citizens moved about with a sense of urgency, their eyes darting from one corner to another, as if searching for a sign of safety that was slipping further from their grasp. The laughter of children, once a sound of joy, now echoed like a haunting reminder of innocence lost. The markets, filled with colorful fruits and bustling vendors, had transformed into battlegrounds of anxiety, the vibrant colors dulled by the specter of uncertainty. In the Senate, where stoic men once debated the fate of empires, tension crackled in the air. Senators leaned in, voices barely above a whisper, yet the weight of their words pressed heavily upon their hearts. Rumors of barbarian invasions swirled like a storm gathering strength. The Visigoths were at the gates, and with each passing day, the walls that had stood for centuries seemed less like a fortress and more like a fragile shield against the tide of chaos. Outside, the streets echoed with the sound of armor clanking, the rhythmic march of soldiers patrolling the city, faces lined with fear and exhaustion. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing tales of towns falling one by one, the screams of the innocent ringing in their ears. Each night brought with it another tale of loss, another reminder that the empire was crumbling, piece by piece, like a once great statue shattered by the unrelenting forces of time. On the Palatine Hill, the opulence of the palaces felt eerily misplaced. A lavish banquet was underway in one of the grand halls, yet the laughter of the elite was tinged with an undercurrent of desperation. They feasted on roasted meats and fine wines, but their eyes darted to the windows, half expecting to see smoke rising in the distance. The clinking of goblets was drowned out by the sound of their own hearts racing. Could this be the last celebration of a dying empire? In the shadow of the Colosseum, where once thousands had gathered to cheer for gladiators, the atmosphere was thick with foreboding. The echoes of the past clashed with the reality of the present, a crumbling society, the thrill of combat replaced by the fight for survival. The people of Rome felt it in their bones. This was the turning point. Every day brought fresh news of loss, of families torn apart, of dreams dashed against the rocks of destiny. Time moved slowly, yet the world outside raced ahead. The Visigoths breached the northern borders, their fierce warriors sweeping down like a storm unleashed. The soldiers who had once stood on the walls with pride were now filled with a grim determination. They prepared to defend their city with everything they had, hearts pounding with the adrenaline of impending battle, and the weight of their ancestors' legacy pressing upon them. On a cold evening, a lone figure stood atop one of the ruins overlooking the city. It was a soldier, weary and battle-worn, gazing out at the fading sun. His thoughts drifted back to simpler times, when laughter filled the streets and the future seemed bright. Now, dread settled in his stomach like a stone. He clutched his sword tightly, feeling its familiar weight, but it no longer brought him comfort. Would it be enough? Would he be enough to save the only home he had ever known? As darkness descended, the flames of distant fires flickered against the skyline. The skies roared with the sounds of conflict, mingling with the cries of the wounded. The heart of Rome was under siege, and with each passing moment the light of hope dimmed further. Families huddled together in fear, the warmth of their bonds now a fragile flame flickering in the chill of uncertainty. In the shadows of the catacombs below the city, a group of citizens gathered, their faces illuminated only by the flickering torchlight. They spoke in hushed tones, plans of escape mingling with prayers for survival. The walls above them felt like a coffin, a tomb for the greatness that had once been. Would their hopes be buried beneath the rubble of a fallen empire? As dawn broke, a new day brought with it the promise of battle. The soldiers lined up, their armor glinting in the morning light, pride and desperation battling for dominance in their hearts. They could already hear the distant sounds of the barbarian war cries, raw and primal, echoing through the valleys. This was no longer just a fight for territory. It was a fight for their very existence. And as the first clash of swords rang out, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood, the realization settled over the city like a heavy fog. Rome was not just a place, it was a dream, a promise of greatness that was slowly unraveling. Every clash was a reminder of what was at stake. Every fallen soldier was a testament to their struggle, their determination not to be lost to history. Amidst the chaos, a voice rose above the clamor, a rallying cry to arms. It stirred something deep within the hearts gathered there. They were Romans, and damn it, they would fight. But as they rallied together, a shiver of doubt slithered through their ranks. What if this was the beginning of the end? What if the fall of Rome was not just imminent, but inevitable? The clash of swords and the cries of the brave echoed through the streets as the tide of battle surged and receded. It was a fight not just for territory, but for the very essence of who they were. And with each passing moment, the weight of history bore down upon them, urging them to hold fast, to resist the darkness that threatened to engulf them. Yet, deep down, they all knew nothing lasts forever, and the sands of time were slipping through their fingers. As the shadows lengthened and the sun dipped once more behind the horizon, the city held its breath, teetering on the brink of collapse. Would they prevail or would they fall? The question lingered in the air, heavy with emotion, electrifying their spirits as they marched forward into the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield at Cannae. Dust swirled in the air, filled with the acrid scent of sweat and blood. The ground trembled with the weight of thousands, a living, breathing mass of soldiers brimming with ambition and fear. Like a tightly wound spring, the tension was palpable, ready to snap at any moment. And then it happened. The sharp crack of a horn echoed through the ranks, a harbinger of chaos and carnage. Hannibal's forces unleashed their fury, the carefully planned encirclement closing in like jaws of a great beast. The Roman legions, once so proud and numerous, now found themselves trapped in a deadly embrace, a web spun with cunning and precision. As the first clash of iron rang out, the air exploded with the sound of men screaming. Soldiers fell around them, their cries piercing the cacophony of battle. Fear gripped the hearts of the Roman soldiers as they realized they were caught in a trap from which there was no escape. The weight of armor felt heavier, breaths grew shallower, and doubt seeped into their minds like poison. In moments, the battlefield transformed into a horrific tableau. Bodies piled upon bodies, a mountain of flesh and despair. The ground, once fertile, was now stained with the dark crimson of life extinguished. Each fallen warrior represented a story, a family left behind, a future snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Marcus, a young soldier from Rome, clutched his sword with trembling hands. Just days ago, he had shared laughter with comrades, their dreams of glory painting their futures in bright hues. Now he was surrounded by chaos, the roar of battle drowning out their voices. He screamed, not just in fear, but in sheer desperation. "Hold the line!" a centurion bellowed, his voice booming like thunder over the tumult. But his words were lost in the maelstrom of chaos. Each Roman pushed against the other, instinctively trying to survive, but in their panic, they only helped seal their doom. The once proud formation fractured, soldiers colliding like waves crashing against a rock. Hannibal's men surged forward, wild and fierce, their faces a mask of rage. They fought with a ferocity born from survival, each blow delivered with a primal cry. The Carthaginians, outnumbered, thrived in the anarchy, their discipline shining like a beacon in the storm. They were warriors, forged in the fires of experience, and they fed off the despair that clung to the air like smoke. The ground beneath Marcus's feet turned slick with blood, every step a reminder of the lives extinguished in mere moments. He fell, tumbling to the earth, his heart racing. The clash of steel rang in his ears, but beneath the chaos, he felt a chilling silence creeping in, an echo of inevitable death. Around him, cries of agony rose and fell, a haunting symphony of despair. He looked up, catching a glimpse of the eternal sky, its blue and unbearable contrast to the horror below. Memories of home came flooding back. His mother's embrace, the warmth of bread and laughter. But that warmth faded, replaced by the cold grip of dread that tightened around his throat. Nearby, Valeria, a fierce warrior who had fought alongside Marcus, was struggling against two Carthaginian soldiers. Her blade danced in the air, but even her skill was no match for the overwhelming odds. She parried one blow, but felt a cruel slice against her arm. Blood streamed down, mixing with the earth beneath her feet. Pain shot through her like a lightning bolt, but her resolve hardened. She fought for the memory of her fallen brothers, for the promise of vengeance. The din of battle surged and swelled, a relentless tide that engulfed them. It was a cacophony of fear and fury, sweat and blood. The lines were blurred, friends became foes in a moment of desperation, and the cries of a brother in arms could easily transform into the voice of a dying enemy. Each soldier was left to grapple with the choice of life or death as the world around them descended into madness. The encirclement tightened. Roman soldiers who had once fought together now found themselves isolated, separated by the relentless wave of the enemy. Arms reached out, grasping for anything familiar, but the darkness closed in, swallowing their hope. Panic and confusion echoed as they were cut off from each other, their unity shattered like fragile glass. In the chaos, the ground churned with lifeblood. Every fallen soldier represented hopes dashed and futures unfulfilled. The echoes of despair resonated in the hearts of those who remained standing, a haunting reminder of the cost of pride and ambition. Families would grieve, lovers would mourn, and the very fabric of Rome would tremble from the loss. Hannibal stood on a slight rise, surveying the carnage with eyes that burned with a fierce determination. He had orchestrated this symphony of destruction, and now it played out before him, each note a testament to his strategy and skill. But as he watched the chaos unfold, a chill ran through him. The screams of men, the cries for their mothers, the stench of blood. It was a heavy weight, a cloak of death that draped over the battlefield. Around him, soldiers fought with the ferocity of wild beasts, driven by fear and survival. They surged forward, relentless, carving through the ranks of Roman soldiers, their cries blending into a single, heart-wrenching roar. Each heartbeat matched the rhythm of their blades as they sought to claim victory from the jaws of despair. Marcus, now back on his feet, fought desperately against the tide. But with every thrust of his sword, he felt the life draining from him. His vision blurred, and the cries of the dying morphed into a haunting chorus. Each blow he struck felt like it came from a distance, as if the world had become a dream he was powerless to wake from. Valeria, too, felt the grip of despair squeezing tighter. She fought on, blood running hot in her veins, the fire of defiance battling against the cold grasp of fear. But with every step, she could feel the darkness creeping closer, threatening to engulf her. The desperate clash continued, echoes of history colliding in a singular moment that would reshape the future. The chaos at Cannae was not just a battle, it was a tempest, a whirlwind of emotions that encapsulated the triumphs and failings of mankind. The ground beneath their feet trembled with sorrow, and as the sun dipped lower, an eerie silence began to weave its way through the battlefield, suggesting that this was only the beginning of a tragedy that would echo through time. Dust hung in the air, settling like the weight of despair across the once mighty streets of Rome. The vibrant city, a bastion of power, was now a shadow of its former self, reeling from the recent turmoil that had shaken its very foundations. The echoes of clashing swords and anguished cries still lingered in the minds of the people, each sound a reminder of the chaos that had erupted, leaving scars that would not easily heal. As the sun rose, casting a pale light over the ruins, a sense of dread permeated the atmosphere. Families huddled together, their faces drawn and weary, as rumors of betrayal and loss ripped through the community like wildfire. The Senate, once a place of grand debate and powerful decisions, now felt suffocated by fear and uncertainty. Senators moved cautiously, their glances furtive, burdened by the knowledge of blood on their hands and the ghosts of their fallen comrades whispering in their ears. The aftermath of the conflict had left a palpable tension hanging over the city. Citizens gathered in small clusters, exchanging hushed words, their bodies tense with anxiety. Each person was a thread in the tapestry of a society that had frayed at its edges. The vibrant marketplace that once burst with life now felt muted, vendors calling out with half-hearted enthusiasm, their wares ignored as the people clung to their worries instead of their wallets. At the heart of Rome, the Forum lay in disarray. Columns that had stood tall for centuries now bore the marks of violence, the ground stained with memories of fallen warriors. A group of soldiers, weary and battered, trudged through the debris, their faces etched with the weight of what they had witnessed. They were no longer the proud guardians of Rome, but mere shadows, haunted by the decisions they had made in the heat of battle. Among them was Cassius, a soldier whose spirit had once burned bright with the ideals of glory and honor. Now, as he walked through the remnants of what had once been a thriving center of life, he couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness that clung to him. He had lost friends, comrades who had fought bravely, and the guilt gnawed at his insides like a relentless beast. The cheers of the crowd that had once celebrated their victories now echoed in his mind as a haunting reminder of their sacrifice. In the quiet of the evening, a young woman named Livia crouched by the rubble of her family's home. Tears streamed down her face as she sifted through the ashes, searching for anything that remained of her past. The laughter of children, the warmth of shared meals, all gone in an instant. Her heart ached not just for her lost home, but for the future that had been ripped from her grasp. She could almost hear her mother's voice filled with joy as she would call everyone to the table. Now, silence enveloped her, heavy and unyielding. The whispers of dissent began to rise among the populace, growing louder with each passing day. With leaders either dead or in hiding, chaos threatened to envelop the city like a thick fog. A faction led by ambitious men saw this as an opportunity, their eyes glinting with the promise of power. They rallied supporters, their words dripping with honey and venom. Promises of a better tomorrow slipped easily from their lips, even as their true intentions lay shrouded in darkness. As the streets filled with murmurs of rebellion, the Senate convened in desperate haste. The grand hall, once resplendent with the voices of reason, now crackled with tension. Senators stood in heated debates, their faces flushed with anger and fear. Accusations flew like arrows, each one striking at the heart of their fragile unity. Old alliances crumbled as fear gripped their hearts, and the specter of betrayal loomed large over their discussions. In one corner of the room, Marcus, a veteran senator, felt the weight of history pressing upon him. He had seen Rome rise to greatness, and now watched as it teetered on the brink of disaster. His heart raced as he realized that the very fabric of their society was unraveling. The very ideals they had fought to uphold were now at risk of being lost forever. Determined, he rose to speak, his voice trembling with urgency. "We must not allow fear to dictate our actions," he implored. "This is our chance to unite and rebuild, to restore what has been lost. We owe it to those who have fallen to forge a new path forward." Yet, even as his words rang out, doubt hung in the air like a storm cloud. The shadows of betrayal darkened the faces around him, and whispers of distrust permeated the hall. In a city once united by pride, cracks had begun to form, threatening to widen with each passing moment. Outside, as night fell, the streets buzzed with unrest. A group of young men, their faces painted with determination, marched toward the Senate. Fueled by a hunger for change, they believed they could seize the moment, fashioning a new Rome from the ashes of the old. Their voices rose in a chant, simple but powerful, echoing through the silent streets like a battle cry. "Freedom, justice, change!" The words rattled in the air, stirring something deep within the hearts of those who heard them. Livia, still lost in her grief, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Perhaps this was the spark that could reignite the flame of a brighter future. But as she listened to the chants, the reality of what lay ahead loomed larger than ever. Change had a price, and she could sense the storm that was brewing just beyond the horizon. In the depths of the night, Marcus stood on the steps of the Senate, gazing out at the gathering crowd. A chill raced through him as he realized the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. The fate of Rome rested in his hands and the hands of those around him. Would they rise to the occasion, or would they succumb to the chaos that threatened to engulf them all? The tension was palpable, the air thick with uncertainty and the promise of conflict. Rome stood on the edge of a precipice, teetering between the old ways and the unknown future. In the hearts of its people, hope and fear danced a delicate waltz, each moment stretching like a taut string ready to snap. As dawn approached, a new chapter loomed, uncertain yet full of potential. The echoes of the past clashed against the whispers of what was to come, each note resonating through the streets of Rome like an unfinished symphony. The city stood still, holding its breath, waiting for the first note to strike. In the silence preceding battle, a tension thrummed in the air, thick as a storm cloud ready to burst. The Roman soldiers lined up, their armor glinting under the rising sun, each man a testament to discipline and unyielding strength. They were not just warriors, They were instruments of a vast military machine honed to precision through decades of strategy and bloodshed. Their loyalty to Rome was unwavering, but it was the strategy that transformed their courage into triumph. Every soldier knew the tales of past battles, where legions clashed against fierce enemies, where the outcome hinged not on sheer force, but on cunning and calculated tactics. The very heart of what made Rome powerful lay in its ability to adapt, to learn from the mistakes of those who came before, and to always seek the advantage, no matter the cost. Here, in the shadow of the great city, the impact of military strategy was palpable, a living, breathing force that shaped the destiny of nations. Commanders studied maps like artists before a blank canvas, plotting movements with the care and precision of a master painter. They understood that every inch of ground was sacred. Every decision could tilt the scales of fate. The legions that marched forth were not the same as those who had fought just a generation prior. They were the product of experience, of evolution, molded by the fires of countless encounters. At the forefront of this transformation was the concept of the manipular system, an ingenious reorganization of troops that allowed for flexibility and fluidity in battle. Unlike their predecessors who had fought in solid ranks, the Romans adapted to the chaos of war, creating a formation that could bend and weave like a snake, able to strike hard at the enemy's weakest points. The soldiers, divided into smaller units called maniples, could move independently, giving commanders a tactical advantage that left their foes reeling. As the sun climbed higher, a hush fell over the assembled troops, each soldier's heart pounding in rhythm with the distant echo of drums. The battleground was alive with the scent of sweat and metal, the promise of glory or the shadow of death looming ominously. And in that instant, one could sense the weight of the strategies passed down through generations, each maneuver a whisper from the past, urging them onward. The Romans had not just excelled in the art of war, they were masters of psychological warfare too. Fear was a weapon as sharp as any sword. They knew that to sow doubt among their enemies was to win half the battle before it even began. Stories of their ferocity and discipline spread like wildfire, instilling terror in tribes and nations. The mere sight of a Roman standard fluttering in the wind could send opponents fleeing into the wilderness, hearts racing with dread. Yet for all their might, the Romans were not invincible. History was a relentless teacher, and the echoes of past defeats rang loud and clear. The disastrous campaign against Hannibal was a bitter lesson in underestimating one's adversaries. The tactics employed by the Carthaginian general were revolutionary, a masterclass in ambush and maneuver that caught the Roman legions off guard. It was a reminder that complacency could lead to ruin. And from that darkness, the Romans emerged stronger, their strategies evolving once more. In the amphitheater of leadership, the generals became playwrights, choreographing the movements of thousands with the stroke of a quill. The use of scouts and intelligence became paramount, as gathering information about the enemy's location, numbers, and morale shifted from an afterthought to a foundational pillar of military planning. The ability to foresee an opponent's next move turned into a deadly art form, allowing Roman commanders to outthink as much as outfight. And then there were the famed siege tactics, a blend of ingenuity and brute strength. The Romans constructed elaborate siege engines that could hurl stones and flames, breaking down the walls of the mightiest fortifications. The walls that had stood for centuries crumbled under the relentless pressure of Roman determination. The sight of towers falling, the sound of splintering wood and crumbling stone became a dark anthem of Roman conquest, echoing across the ages. But the greatest impact on Roman military strategy came from within, an unyielding spirit of innovation. The legions were not merely trained to follow orders. They were educated to think independently, to adapt to the battlefield's shifting landscape. The training grounds became classrooms, where young recruits learned not just to fight, but to strategize, to anticipate, and to innovate. As the sun began to set, casting shadows over the field, the weight of expectation bore down on the soldiers. The clash of swords was inevitable, and the air tingled with anticipation. They felt the pulse of history thrumming through their veins. They were not just fighting for territory, but for the legacy of an empire that had reshaped the world. Each clash would write a new chapter, each strategy a step into the annals of time. The moment arrived, and with it, the cacophony of battle erupted. a symphony of chaos where strategy met raw emotion. Swords clanged and shields splintered, the cries of the brave and the dying mingling in a haunting melody. Here, amidst the chaos of war, the true impact of Roman military strategy came alive. Tactics were not mere plans on a map, but the lifeblood of those who fought and died for their cause. And as the dust settled and the echoes of combat faded into memory, one truth remained. The Romans were not just conquerors. They were architects of destiny, wielding strategy like a sword, carving their place in history with every calculated move, every daring maneuver, every moment of bravery that would resonate long after the last sword was drawn. The battle might have ended, but the effects of their strategies reverberated through time, an indelible mark upon the tapestry of history, waiting to intertwine with the tales yet to be told. The battlefield lay in silence, a ghostly echo of the clashing steel and battle cries that had filled the air just hours before. Blood-soaked earth bore witness to the ferocity of the struggle, and the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the fallen. Hannibal Barca stood at the cusp of victory, a warrior sculpted by the fires of war, yet burdened by thoughts that twisted like the smoke rising from the remnants of campfires. His heart pounded not with elation, but with a heavy sense of foreboding, as the realization of what he must decide loomed over him like a storm cloud. Around him, soldiers celebrated with raucous laughter, their voices a mix of relief and triumph. They danced among the scattered weapons and lifted their cups high, toasting to the dead and the living, to their commander who had led them to this hard-won success. Yet Hannibal's eyes, dark and stormy, were fixed upon the horizon, where the fading sun met the distant hills, a horizon that promised both opportunity and peril. Victory, sweet as it was, carried a bitter aftertaste. It was an intoxicating potion poured into the chalice of war. Hannibal had outsmarted the Romans, pulling them into a trap that had turned the tide. But what would victory mean if it did not lead to a decisive end? The thought gnawed at him. He could almost feel the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders, their unfulfilled dreams resting heavy with expectation. His father, Hamilcar Barca, had instilled in him the fierce pride of their people, the Carthaginians, whose legacy was intertwined with both greatness and fragility. He glanced at his men, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the fires. Each scar, each weary smile, told a story of resilience, yet all he could see was the shadow of what was to come. The Romans would not rest. They would return, not with the intention of negotiation, but with vengeance in their hearts, driven by the need to reclaim their honor. He could almost hear the whisper of their legions in the distance, the haunting promise of retribution. As the air thickened with smoke and the scent of roasted meat, a young soldier approached him, his eyes bright with the thrill of victory. "We crushed them, General," he exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. "What now? Can we march on Rome?" Hannibal turned to him, noting the fervor in his voice, the unbridled optimism of youth that still saw the world in shades of black and white. It was a beautiful thing, this naivete, yet it threatened to lead them all into darkness. "Victory is not merely the act of defeating an enemy," he replied slowly, his voice steady but laced with caution. "It is determining whether we can seize the moment and make it count." The young soldier's smile faltered, confusion flitting across his features. But Hannibal felt a crack in the armor of his own resolve. Could he march on Rome? The thought was tantalizing, a siren call that whispered promises of glory and legends that would echo through time. Yet deep down, he sensed the insidious nature of hubris lurking, threatening to ensnare him. As night cloaked the battlefield, the stars blinked into existence, distant observers of the chaos below. The remnants of the defeated Roman army were gathering their wounded and their dead, the cries of despair mingling with the stirring of the wind. Would he risk everything to push forward, to strike a blow against the heart of the empire? What of the men who followed him? What of their families waiting back in Carthage? In the flickering firelight, Hannibal's memories danced as vividly as the flames. Memories of the training, the dreams, the promises he had made to himself and to his people. His father's voice rang in his ears. To win a battle is to win a moment, but to win a war is to win the future. What did that future hold? The vision of a unified Carthaginian dominion was enticing, Yet the path was fraught with peril. Could he bear the weight of such a decision, knowing that lives would be lost, both his own men and the children of Rome? His thoughts spiraled, an unending loop of what-ifs and possibilities. The night deepened, accompanied by the crackle of the fire and the distant sounds of a restless camp. Triumph had tasted sweet, but it was laced with a salt that reminded him of tears yet to be shed. In that moment, surrounded by the flickering shadows of his men, he questioned everything. Would a swift strike against Rome solidify his legacy, or would it thrust him into the depths of infamy, marking him as a butcher rather than a liberator? Suddenly the quiet was shattered by a distant horn, a mournful blare that carried in the night air, reverberating off the hills like a ghostly warning. The celebration faltered, laughter dying on lips as the weight of the sound settled in. The Romans were not finished. Their spirit was unbroken. Hannibal felt the urgency settle in the pit of his stomach, igniting a fire that battled against the shadows of doubt. The time for decision was upon him, and the eyes of history bore down on his shoulders, heavy with expectation, as he grappled with the weight of his next words. "Gather the men," he commanded, his voice ringing with authority that cut through the fog of uncertainty. "We will not wait for their next move. We will determine our fate." A ripple of excitement surged through the camp, but within Hannibal's heart, another storm brewed. The thrill of command mingled with a chilling dread. Victory was a fragile thing, and it took but one slip to shatter it irreparably. As the soldiers rallied, their shouts of determination ringing in his ears, he felt the fine line he tread between glory and madness. As the flames danced higher, casting eerie shadows around him, Hannibal stood at the precipice of destiny. The horizon beckoned, a line of promise and peril, and he could no longer ignore the pull of what lay beyond the darkness. Would he seize the day, or would the ghosts of the past come to haunt him? With each heartbeat, the weight of the future pressed upon him, a reminder that every choice he made echoed through the ages. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the battered fields of Cannae. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood, a reminder of the brutal clash that had just unfolded. Roman soldiers, once proud and resolute, now trudged away from the battlefield, their spirits crushed beneath the weight of defeat. The cries of the wounded echoed across the landscape, a haunting melody that would forever linger in their minds. This was not merely a loss on the battlefield. It was a shattering blow to the very essence of Roman pride. Hannibal Barca, the brilliant Carthaginian general, had orchestrated a masterful trap. With a cunning strategy, he had lured the Roman forces into a deadly embrace, encircling them with his troops. The Romans, overconfident and brimming with arrogance, had believed themselves invincible. Now they stood on the precipice of despair. The army that had marched confidently into battle now staggered back, haunted by the specter of annihilation. For the Romans, Cannae was not just a military defeat, it was an emotional cataclysm. As news of the loss spread, it seeped like poison into the hearts of those back in Rome. Mothers held their children close, shielding them from the grim reality that their fathers might never return. Fathers, their eyes clouded with fear, whispered prayers to gods who seemed indifferent to their plight. Panic began to ripple through the city, each worried glance and hushed conversation echoing the fear, gripping the populace. It wasn't just the physical losses that weighed heavily on the Roman psyche. The psychological scars ran deep. At the heart of it was the understanding that they had not just lost a battle, but also their reputation. The Romans prided themselves on their martial prowess. They believed themselves the masters of war, the indomitable force of the ancient world. But here at Cannae, they had been bested by a general whose name now reverberated through the corridors of power, a name that would haunt their dreams. In the weeks that followed, Roman leaders gathered in the Senate, their faces etched with worry. The once thrumming heart of Roman ambition now pulsed with uncertainty. They spoke of restoring their honor, of vengeance against the Carthaginians, but their words hung in the air, heavy and unreal. It was a far cry from the fierce confidence they had displayed before the battle. How could they wage war when their hearts had been torn asunder by despair? Tales of the battle circulated like wildfire, growing more embellished with each retelling. A soldier, trembling with fear, spoke of the ground soaked in the blood of his comrades, while another, his voice barely above a whisper, recounted how the air had been filled with the cries of the dying. These stories spiraled into a collective trauma, festering in the minds of those who had not even set foot on the battlefield. Fear turned into a ghost that haunted every conversation, a darkness that settled over the city like an ominous cloud. Children, once carefree and full of laughter, grew quiet. They played soldiers in the dusty streets, but now their games were tinged with a dark awareness. The laughter that once echoed off the stone walls turned into whispers of fear. "What if they come for us next?" one child asked, his eyes wide with terror. It was a question that no adult could answer, a question that lingered like a bitter taste on the tongue of Rome. As the Roman armies began to regroup, they found themselves grappling not only with the need for revenge, but also with the shattering realization that their enemy had found a way into their hearts. The very notion of war had transformed. It was no longer a matter of strategy or tactics, but a visceral battle for the soul of Rome. The citizens, once confident in their legions, now looked upon their soldiers with a mixture of admiration and fear. Would they be able to face Hannibal again? Would they be able to reclaim their honor? Or were they destined to live under the shadow of defeat? Amidst the chaos, whispers of betrayal began to emerge. The fear that had gripped the populace seeped into the ranks of the soldiers. Who could be trusted? The very soldiers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder now eyed each other with suspicion. The cracks in unity began to widen, and, like fissures in the earth, they threatened to swallow the Roman legions whole. In the aftermath of Cannae, Hannibal's name became a source of dread in the minds of Romans. His victories were spoken of in hushed tones, a specter that loomed over their hopes for recovery. Every Roman soldier now carried the burden of past defeat into battle, and the weight of fear bore down heavily on their shoulders. They were not just fighting for victory, but against the ghost of their own shattered confidence. As the sun began to set over the horizon, casting long shadows that danced over the city, a new kind of warfare began to unfold. The battles would rage on, but the true fight was for the hearts and minds of the people. The Romans needed not just to reclaim their territories, but to rebuild their very spirit. And therein lay the greatest challenge of all, a challenge that would require not only swords and shields, but also the resilience to rise from the ashes of despair. In the streets of Rome, the cries of loss morphed into murmurs of rebellion, and the will to fight transformed into a desperate plea for redemption. The Roman heart, battered but not broken, began to beat with a renewed fervor. The question lingered like a heavy fog. Could they truly overcome the psychological scars left by Cannae? And, as the echoes of that fateful day lingered in the air, the answer hung in the balance, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, waiting for the clash of wills that would test the very fabric of Rome itself. The room was dim, the air thick with the scent of sweat and worry. Senators huddled close, their faces etched with lines of anxiety, each one aware that the fate of Rome hung in the balance. Just days before, the news had come like a thunderclap. A devastating defeat at the Battle of Cannae. Hannibal, the brilliant Carthaginian general, had carved a bloody path through Roman legions, and the once mighty republic trembled at the thought of its enemies knocking at the gates. As the senators sat in silence, the weight of their predecessors' triumphs felt like a cruel joke. They had built an empire on the bones of their enemies, but now the specter of failure loomed large. The whispers of fear and desperation filled the hall, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. Would they rise to meet this challenge, or would they crumble under the weight of their own history? In the center of the room stood Fabius Maximus, the man who had been entrusted with the command. His eyes, though tired, sparkled with a fierce determination. He stepped forward, breaking the heavy silence. "We must not let despair guide our actions," he said, his voice steady but charged. "Cannae was a defeat, yes, but it was not the end. We have not lost our spirit. We are Romans." Some murmured in agreement, their spirits lifting like a fragile flame in the wind. Others remained skeptical, haunted by the images of their fallen soldiers, their brothers. The tension was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. Fabius continued, his words slicing through the thick atmosphere. "We must adopt a new strategy. We cannot confront Hannibal directly. He is a master of tactics. Instead, we will wear him down, strike at his supply lines, and compel him to make mistakes." The senators exchanged glances, some nodding, others still caught in the grip of doubt. The thought of retreating was foreign, almost shameful, but Fabius painted a picture of a Rome that would survive, that would learn from its failures. He spoke of patience and cunning, of turning the tides not through brute force, but through strategic brilliance. A young senator, full of fire and ardor, stood up. "But what of our honor?" he cried, his voice shaking with passion. "Must we run from a fight? What will the people say? What will they think of us?" Fabius fixed his gaze on the young firebrand, willing to see the anger and disappointment in his eyes. Honor is not just about winning battles, it is about preserving our city, our people. If we act rashly, we risk losing everything. The true measure of a leader is not how they fight in victory, but how they respond in defeat. The murmurs grew quieter, contemplation settling in like a heavy fog. The senators weighed their options, torn between the urge for revenge and the need for survival. Fabius's calm demeanor was a steadying force, but doubt still lingered like a shadow. And then came the voice of Scipio Africanus, a rising star among the senators. His reputation as a military mind was growing, and he stepped forward, eyes alight with the fire of conviction. "We can adapt," he declared. "We can train our soldiers to be more than just warriors. We can make them engineers, scouts, and strategists. Let us create a new Roman army, one that is not just brave, but also wise. We will outthink Hannibal at every turn." A ripple of excitement flowed through the room. The spark of hope ignited once more, fanning out into a flame. Scipio's words resonated deeply, and the senators began to nod, their spirits rising from the ashes of despair. They could see it, a Rome that would evolve, that would learn from its mistakes, and that would reclaim its destiny. But as plans began to take shape, the specter of Hannibal was never far from their minds. The worry turned to grit, each senator knowing that the road ahead would be fraught with peril. They began to form committees, to strategize on resources and training, each discussion filled with urgency and determination. The hum of planning started to fill the hall, echoing off the ancient marble. Just as the mood shifted to one of resolve, word came of another battle, a skirmish near the outskirts of Rome. Panic crept back in, and the senators' hearts raced. They had begun to regain their footing, only to be reminded of the constant threat outside their walls. The news was grim. Several legions had been caught off guard, and it was unclear how many remained. Fabius gathered the senators once again, urgency in his eyes. "This is not just about tactics anymore," he demanded. "This is about the very soul of Rome. We must rally our people. We must show them that we are unbowed, unbroken. It is time to call upon every citizen, every soldier. We will face our enemy not as divided factions, but as one unified force." A roar of agreement rose from the crowd, echoing against the ancient stone walls. The senators felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. They were not just leaders. They were the guardians of a legacy that had survived against all odds. Determination surged through the room, igniting a newfound sense of purpose. As they began to organize, the sound of clashing metal and the cries of warriors filled their minds, visions of battles yet to come emerging with each passing moment. The senators were no longer just worried men. They were strategists, warriors of the mind. The air crackled with tension, not just of fear, but of a fierce hope, as they looked toward the horizon, where the shadow of Hannibal still loomed, but where the light of a revived Rome flickered fiercely. The stage was set. The senators turned their gaze outward, readying themselves for the battle of their lives, aware that the fate of the Republic would soon be decided. The story of Rome was far from over, and its next chapters would be written in blood, sweat, and unyielding resolve. In the dim light of dawn, the sun rose over Rome, casting a golden glow on the city that had withstood the tests of time and war. The air was thick with tension, hanging like the fog that clung stubbornly to the Tiber. Whispers of uncertainty echoed through the streets as the once mighty Roman Republic faced the specter of defeat. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, had crossed the Alps with his war elephants, a terrifying sight that still haunted the dreams of Roman citizens. The drums of war sounded in the distance, a relentless reminder of the threat that loomed over the city. But amidst this chaos, a new tide began to form. Fabius Maximus, a man known for his wisdom as much as his valor, stood ready to lead. With his keen eyes and a face weathered by age, he was a figure who commanded respect. His reputation was built not on reckless bravery, but on a careful strategy that set him apart from other leaders. He was the Delayer, a name that would echo through history, spoken with both reverence and frustration. Fabius believed that patience could outsmart aggression, and he was ready to test his theories against the formidable Hannibal. As Fabius gathered his troops, a sense of hope flickered like a candle in the wind. The men around him were weary, their faces etched with fear and doubt. Yet, as Fabius spoke, his voice resonated with an iron conviction that stirred something deep within them. "We will not rush to our doom," he declared, his eyes burning with determination. "We will learn our enemy's ways, understand his strengths and weaknesses. We will become the storm that breaks him, not the waves that crash against the shore." In the weeks that followed, Fabius employed a strategy that baffled many. Instead of engaging Hannibal head-on, he chose to shadow him, to harass and frustrate. There were moments of desperation when the Roman soldiers felt like mere shadows, always just out of reach of the glory of battle. They marched tirelessly, their feet kicking up dust on the roads of Italy, while news of Hannibal's victories spread like wildfire. Yet Fabius pressed on, his resolve unyielding. He understood that sometimes the greatest victories come from the smallest of actions. Meanwhile, within the Senate, voices rose in fury. A new faction emerged, led by bold and fervent leaders who questioned Fabius's approach. "We are Romans," they shouted, their passion igniting the flames of their words. "We cannot cower in the shadows. We must strike." Their words filled the chamber with heat, and for a moment the air crackled with the potential for rebellion. The Senate was torn between the wisdom of Fabius and the fervor of those demanding action. The emotions of the senators surged like the tides, raw and uncontained. One fateful night, as the moon shone bright over the Senate, a challenge echoed through the hall. A young and ambitious general named Minucius, filled with the fire of youth, rose to speak. "Fabius is a coward," he declared, his voice ringing with a mix of bravado and desperation. "Let us take the fight to Hannibal. The people demand action." The crowd erupted in cheers, the tension palpable. Fabius, standing in the shadows, clenched his jaw. He knew the price of rashness, a price that could cost them everything. The very next day, Minucius led his own troops into battle, spurred by the desire for glory. Fabius watched from a distance, his heart heavy with apprehension. As Minucius engaged Hannibal at the Battle of Lake Trasimene, the initial excitement turned to dread. Hannibal, ever the tactician, lured Minucius into a trap. The Romans, filled with the thrill of battle, soon found themselves surrounded. The cries of men echoed through the hills, a haunting symphony of despair. Fabius, torn between his duty and the plight of his fellow Romans, felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Feeling the urgency of the moment, Fabius mounted his horse and galloped toward the chaos. His heart raced, not with the thrill of battle, but with the fear of loss. The sight that met him was horrific. The battlefield was strewn with fallen soldiers, both Roman and Carthaginian. Yet, even amid the carnage, Fabius's mind remained sharp. He swiftly organized a counterattack, guiding his forces with a steady hand. In the end, they managed to drive Hannibal back, but the victory felt hollow, the costs too great. As Fabius returned to Rome, the weight of leadership bore down upon him. He was not just a commander, he was the embodiment of hope for a city on the brink of despair. As the Senate convened again, the air was thick with uncertainty. Would they continue to support the man who had chosen caution, or would they seek a new path? The voices were mixed. Some praised Fabius, seeing the prudence in his tactics, while others clamored for vengeance. Fabius stood at the center of it all, a pillar of strength, yet feeling the tremors of doubt beneath his feet. In the midst of this turmoil, a new leader emerged, Scipio Africanus, a name that would soon be etched into the annals of history. Young and ambitious, Scipio had watched the events unfold and learned from both Fabius and Minucius. He understood the delicate balance of courage and strategy. With a vision of uniting the fragmented Roman forces, he sought to rally the people around a common goal, a final confrontation with Hannibal. As Fabius witnessed the rise of Scipio, a mixture of pride and apprehension filled him. He saw in Scipio the qualities of a leader who could inspire the masses, who could ignite the passion needed to face the enemy. But he also feared the reckless abandon that passion could bring. The two leaders would soon be woven into the fabric of history, their fates intertwined as they prepared to face the storm that was about to break upon them. And so the stage was set, with powerful leaders rising like phoenixes from the ashes of defeat, each one embodying hope and determination in their own right. The air buzzed with the promise of fierce battles to come, as Rome braced itself for the clash that would define its destiny. The heart of a nation beat in tandem with the ambitions of its leaders, and the whispers of the past gave way to the roars of the future. The drums of war echoed once more, a relentless chorus that would lead them all into the jaws of fate. The cold wind swept through the valley, whispering tales of victory and defeat as it caressed the faces of weary soldiers. They stood, lined up like pieces on a chessboard, their breaths visible in the frigid air. Each exhale a reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape, and in that moment, a tension gripped the hearts of the Carthaginian forces. They had come a long way, crossing mountains and rivers, enduring the harshness of nature and the relentless pursuit of the Roman legions. Yet now, standing on the precipice of battle, they were faced with a choice: to press on or retreat into the obscurity of defeat. Hannibal Barca, the great commander, stood at the forefront of his army, his piercing gaze scanning the horizon as if searching for an answer in the distance. The weight of expectation rested heavily on his shoulders. His soldiers looked to him for inspiration, for a spark that could ignite their spirits and fuel their resolve. He knew the stakes were high. The Romans were lurking nearby, their numbers swelling, eager to reclaim their lost honor after the catastrophic defeat at Cannae. But Hannibal was not one to back down. He had always thrived on the edge of risk, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. The sound of hooves pounding against the earth broke his thoughts, drawing his attention to a group of scouts returning from a mission. Their faces were grim, eyes wide with urgency. They dismounted quickly, breathless as they relayed the news. The Roman armies were regrouping. Their general Scipio had learned from past mistakes and was preparing to counter Hannibal's every move. The tension in the air thickened, and the soldiers shifted uneasily, glancing at one another, their fears merging into a collective anxiety that hung like a dark cloud over the camp. Hannibal's heart raced, but he masked it with an air of calm. He took a deep breath, his mind racing through strategies, weighing options like a masterful painter contemplating a blank canvas. He understood the delicate balance of fear and courage, and how the slightest misstep could shatter morale and doom the campaign. He called for a meeting with his commanders, the bravest men who had fought beside him for years. They gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of campfires, shadows dancing across their features, revealing both the strength and vulnerability that lay within. "My friends," he began, his voice steady yet charged with emotion, "we stand on the brink of a decisive moment. The Romans believe they have the upper hand, but we hold the advantage of surprise. We know the land, we know our enemy, and we have faced greater odds before." His gaze swept across their faces, searching for the flicker of hope, the spark that would ignite their resolve. "We will not be mere pawns in their game. We will outsmart, outmaneuver, and overwhelm them. For every foot they take, we will take two. Are you with me?" A robust cheer erupted from the gathered men, a wave of sound that resonated through the night and sent shivers down their spines. It was a sound that echoed the undying loyalty and courage that flowed through their veins. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers in arms, bound by a shared purpose and an unbreakable will. Each man stood taller, the fear that had threatened to consume them replaced by a fierce determination to follow their leader into the fray. As the night wore on, plans were forged in the flickering light, strategies plotted with precision. Hannibal's mind raced with possibilities. He knew the Romans would expect him to engage directly, to confront them head-on in a display of brute force. But that was not his style. He was a strategist, a master of deception. He envisioned a maneuver that would exploit the Romans' arrogance and overconfidence, drawing them into a trap where they would be cornered and vulnerable. Dawn broke over the horizon like a fresh canvas waiting to be painted, the sky awash in hues of orange and pink. The air crackled with anticipation as the Carthaginian army moved silently, like shadows slipping through the trees. Each step was calculated, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of battle. Hannibal rode at the forefront, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and dread. He felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, an awareness that today could change the course of not just his life, but the fate of nations. The thundering sound of Roman cavalry echoed in the distance, a reminder that time was slipping away. Hannibal signaled for his troops to take position. The moment was drawing near, and he could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. As they settled into their places, he sensed the palpable tension in the air, a mixture of fear, hope, and the primal instinct to survive. The Romans would soon come, and with them, the decisive clash that would determine their fates. The first clash of swords rang out like a bell tolling for the fallen, and chaos erupted. Hannibal's troops surged forward, a coordinated wave of steel and fury. Every man fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, driven by the echoes of their leader's words. The Roman soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, faltered for a moment. It was a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability that Hannibal seized upon, pushing his men harder, urging them to exploit the cracks that were beginning to show. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos, painted with the colors of blood and sweat, shouts of triumph mingling with cries of anguish. In the thick of the fray, Hannibal fought with a lethal grace, his sword dancing through the air, carving paths of destruction. But it was not just his physical prowess that fueled his men. It was the fire in his spirit, the relentless hunger for victory that stirred their souls. Yet, as the battle raged on, shadows loomed over the field like specters of doubt. The Romans, determined and resolute, began to regroup. They were veterans, hardened by years of combat, and they would not yield easily. In those tense moments, as the clash of metal rang out and the cries of the wounded echoed through the valley, Hannibal felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, a reminder that the path to victory was fraught with peril. As he caught sight of Scipio rallying his troops, a dangerous fire ignited in his chest. The battle was far from over, and the pursuit of advantage would become a dance of wits and wills, a relentless struggle that would push both sides to their limits. The air was thick with tension, possibilities swirling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Each moment held the potential for triumph or disaster, and as the dust rose around them, it was clear that the real fight was just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over the ancient city of Capua, where the scent of desperation hung thick in the air. Inside the sturdy walls of this once great city, the heartbeats of men and women echoed with a panic that threatened to overwhelm them. The year was 211 BC, and Rome was at war, not just against its enemies, but against itself, grappling with the chaos that had erupted from the Second Punic War. Capua, a jewel in the crown of Italy, had become a battleground of hope and despair. As the Roman legions encircled the city, their armor glinting ominously in the fading light, the citizens of Capua found themselves trapped between two worlds. On one side stood the fierce and relentless Roman army, led by the stoic general Fulvius Flaccus, a man whose very presence inspired both fear and respect. On the other side, the remnants of the once vibrant city clung tightly to its defiance, a flickering flame of rebellion threatening to be snuffed out. Food supplies dwindled with each passing day, and the desperation among the populace grew palpable. Mothers cradled their starving children, eyes filled with tears as they whispered promises of better days to come, even as the walls around them seemed to close tighter. The cries of hunger echoed down the narrow streets, mingling with the dust and despair that clung to the air like a heavy shroud. Yet that same dust carried an ember of resilience, for the people of Capua were not ready to surrender. They forged alliances in secret, whispered plans for rebellion under the cover of night, and held tightly to the hope that somehow, against all odds, they would overcome. Days turned into weeks, and the siege began to take its toll. Starvation gnawed at the citizens like a relentless beast, tearing at their spirit, while the Roman forces outside grew ever more determined. Flaccus, though a seasoned commander, felt the weight of the siege heavy on his shoulders. Reports of skirmishes at the gates stirred a sense of urgency among his ranks. Each clash of swords was a reminder that victory had to be seized, that the city must fall to preserve the strength of Rome. The legions tightened their grip, ready to unleash their might upon the walls of Capua. Inside, the citizens held council in candlelit rooms, their faces shadowed by flickering flames. Among them was young Lucius, whose spirit burned bright despite the encroaching darkness. His youthful heart beat with the passion of 1,000 warriors as he rallied the others, urging them to fight back. "We are Capuans. We will not bow to tyranny," he cried, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped their hearts. The fire in his eyes ignited a flicker of hope as they resolved to resist, forging weapons from whatever scraps they could find. It was a risky endeavor, but their spirit was indomitable. As the siege continued, the atmosphere inside Capua shifted. It became charged with a fierce determination, and the people began to prepare for the inevitable clash. They set traps, constructed barricades, and trained in the art of war, drawing from the depths of their desperation. The sonorous sound of hammering metal filled the air as they fashioned crude swords and shields, their resolve hardening with each blow. The very walls of Capua seemed to echo their defiance. Then, one fateful day, the tension reached a fever pitch. A night filled with ominous clouds and the distant rumble of thunder signaled the approaching storm, not just in the sky, but in the hearts of the people. As dawn broke, casting a thin veil of light over the city, the Romans made their move. The command rang out, and the legions advanced, a wall of disciplined ferocity, eager to crush the spirit of Capua once and for all. Yet, as they stormed the gates, they were met with a fierce resistance. The Capuan defenders, fueled by desperation and hope, fought back with the ferocity of cornered lions. The clash of steel rang out like an anguished symphony, punctuated by the cries of men and women locked in a desperate struggle for survival. Lucius led the charge, his heart pounding like war drums as he rallied his fellow citizens. They fought hand in hand, a tapestry of resilience woven in blood and sweat, refusing to let their city fall without a fight. Amidst the chaos, time seemed to suspend itself. In one moment, Lucius felt invincible, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he faced down a Roman soldier, sword raised high. In the next, he felt the bitter sting of reality as his companion fell beside him, the weight of loss crashing down like a tidal wave. But there was no time to mourn, there was only the fight, the fire that burned bright within every Capuan heart. As the battle raged on, the air grew thick with the scent of sweat and fear, mingling with the distant rumble of thunder. The siege that had threatened to suffocate Capua became a crucible where courage was forged. Each thrust of a sword, each desperate cry, echoed against the walls of the city, carving out a legacy of resilience that would be etched into the annals of history. But even as they fought valiantly, the reality of their plight loomed large. The Roman forces, relentless and disciplined, pressed on, determined to break the spirit of the city. Flaccus, seeing the tide of battle shift, rallied his soldiers with fierce resolve. The outcome hung in the balance, a precarious dance between hope and despair. It was a turning point for both sides, a moment that would define the fate of Capua and perhaps shake the very foundations of Rome itself. Outside the city, the Roman war machines began to stir, their ominous shadows looming ever closer. The clash of steel became a symphony of desperation and resolve, while the citizens of Capua rallied with every ounce of strength they had left. They fought not just for survival, but for the very soul of their city. And as the storm overhead unleashed its fury, a battle raged not just on the streets, but in the hearts of all who dared to resist. The cries of the fallen mingled with the roar of the heavens, each moment building to a crescendo that would echo throughout history, a testament to the resilience of humanity itself. The battlefield lay silent, a haunting scar on the landscape where blood had once flowed like a river. The sky hung heavy, mourning the loss of countless lives, as the echoes of despair whispered through the air. It was here, in the aftermath of Cannae, that the heart of Rome beat uncertainly, its pulse quickening with dread. The crushing defeat against Hannibal had shattered the confidence of the Roman legions, leaving a nation grappling with the specter of annihilation. Yet, amid the ashes of loss, a flicker of determination ignited. Change was coming. Marcus Furius Camillus, his eyes ablaze with a fierce resolve, stood above the remnants of the once mighty army. He felt the weight of history upon his shoulders. The old ways had faltered. It was time to forge a new path, to breathe life into the battered spirit of Rome. His vision was clear. Every soldier needed to understand that they were not just fighting for their lives, but for the very soul of their homeland. The call for reform echoed through the Senate like thunder, reverberating against the marble pillars, as senators debated and argued vehemently. The old guard clung to tradition, their voices shaking with fear of the unknown. "What is a soldier without his armor? What is a legion without its structure?" they cried. But the air crackled with new ideas, and voices of youth and ambition began to rise above the clamor. They saw that Rome could not cling to the past if it wished to survive. The reforms began to take shape, a tapestry woven with threads of innovation and necessity. The manipular system, once the pride of Roman military tactics, had grown outdated. Flexibility was essential. The legions needed to adapt swiftly to the chaos of battle. Camillus and his allies proposed a new formation, a cohort system, allowing for greater maneuverability, enabling these soldiers to respond to the whims of war with unprecedented agility. In the training fields, a new spirit surged among the legionnaires. Gone were the days of inflexible formations. Now, soldiers learned to fight as a unified whole, to adapt, to think, to thrive in the chaos. Drills echoed through the air, the clank of swords and shields, punctuating the cries of laughter and grunts of exertion. Each man, regardless of their class, felt the fire within. From the patricians to the plebeians, they were bound by a singular purpose: to protect their beloved city. In the weeks that followed, the newly reformed legions began to take shape. Camillus, now a figurehead of this transformation, visited the training grounds, his presence igniting a fierce pride among the troops. "We are not just soldiers," he would tell them, his voice steady yet impassioned. "We are the guardians of Rome's future. Every drop of sweat, every bruise, every hardship will shape us into a force that even Hannibal will fear." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow upon the training fields, whispers of hope began to stir. The legionnaires felt the fire of purpose coursing through them, igniting a camaraderie that transcended their former divisions. They became brothers, standing shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on a common enemy. Then, the day arrived. Word came that Hannibal was once again maneuvering in Italy, his army like a storm cloud gathering for a tempest. The fear that had once gripped Rome now transformed into a steely resolve. The reformed legions, with their new tactics and fierce unity, were ready to face the man who had caused so much pain and suffering. It was a crisp morning when the legions marched forth, the sun casting a golden hue over the soldiers, illuminating the determination etched on their faces. Camillus led the charge, his presence a beacon of hope. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their footsteps, a symphony of power and purpose. They were not just marching toward battle, they were marching toward redemption. As they approached the battlefield, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. Yet the legionnaires stood resolute. The cries of their comrades echoed in their hearts, fueling their resolve. Memories of fallen friends and families became their battle cry. They would not allow the bloodshed at Cannae to be in vain. They were ready to reclaim their honor. The clash of steel rang out like a thunderstorm as the two forces collided. Hannibal's seasoned troops met the new cohorts of Rome with ferocity, but something had changed. The Romans fought not just as individuals, but as a cohesive unit, responding to one another instinctively. Each movement was choreographed by their shared training and their unwavering belief in the cause they represented. The battle raged on, the air thick with dust and desperation. In the thick of it, Camillus felt the weight of his ancestors urging him forward. He fought not just for survival, but for the very essence of Rome. His sword danced through the chaos, a symbol of everything the reformed legions stood for. With each enemy that fell, the tides of battle began to shift. The newly formed legions, fueled by a deep-rooted sense of justice and a fierce love for their homeland, pushed back against the tide of Hannibal's forces. The ghosts of Cannae loomed large, but with every swing of a sword, with every rallying cry, the soldiers defiantly carved a new narrative, one of resilience and transformation. As the sun dipped lower, painting the battlefield in shades of crimson, a sense of triumph surged through the ranks. Rome's transformation was not just a distant dream, it was unfolding before their eyes. United, they surged forward, ready to reclaim their legacy. In the midst of the chaos, an unexpected thought flickered in Camillus's mind. Could this truly be the beginning of a new era? The battle was far from over, and the echoes of history whispered promises of more challenges to come. But for the first time since the dark days of Cannae, a glimmer of hope illuminated their path. The reform had begun, and with it, the foundation of a new Rome was being forged in the crucible of battle. The air crackled with tension, heavy with the weight of choices made and unmade. On one side, the banners of the Allied states fluttered in the cold wind, their bright colors vivid against the darkening sky. On the other, shadows loomed long, symbols of betrayal and shifting loyalties. The battlefield was not just a stretch of ground. It was a canvas painted with the hopes, fears, and blood of those who dared to stand for something greater than themselves. In this tumultuous landscape, alliances were as fragile as the autumn leaves that danced unpredictably in the gusts of fate. Nations that once stood shoulder to shoulder found themselves glancing over their shoulders, their trust eroded by whispers of disaffection and ambition. Each leader wrestled with the burden of their choices, often finding themselves trapped between the loyalty of old friends and the allure of new possibilities. The air hummed with the anxious heartbeat of a world on the brink of transformation. Among the throngs of soldiers, a young commander named Elias stood at the forefront. His eyes, a reflection of the storm brewing inside him, scanned the horizon. He recalled the days of camaraderie shared with those who now wore the insignias of enemy states, their bonds forged in the fires of past conflicts. Yet here he was, caught in a web of shifting loyalties, spun by the hands of fate and ambition. The sound of marching feet drew nearer, and he felt the weight of his decisions pressing against his chest like a stone. Meanwhile, distant leaders convened in grand halls, their voices echoing against marble walls. They debated the future, crafting strategies that would forever alter the course of their nations. For one, it was a matter of principle. For another, a question of survival. Old promises faded as new accords were negotiated in the shadows, alliances reshaping like clay in the hands of a potter. The ink dried on treaties that would bind some nations together, while severing the ties of brotherhood for others. Each stroke of the pen felt like a betrayal, leaving scars on the hearts of those who believed in unity. And then there was the specter of the past, haunting the present. Old grievances resurfaced, rekindling fires long thought extinguished. Stories of ancient feuds and familial bloodlines echoed in the minds of leaders, reminding them that history was not merely a record of events. It was a living entity with its own desires and grudges. A whisper of resentment here, a flash of anger there. Together, they sculpted a landscape where trust was rare and suspicion ran deep. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, the battlefield became a theater of emotions. Soldiers stood, hearts pounding, as the sound of horns signaled the beginning of a confrontation. Amidst the chaos, old friends became foes in an instant. A shot rang out, piercing the air like a knife through the fog of uncertainty. Men who had once laughed together now found themselves locked in a deadly embrace, their futures intertwined with the outcomes of this brutal dance. Faces once filled with joy now wore the masks of fear and resolve, each man wrestling with the haunting question of loyalty. In the distant camps, murmurs filled the darkness as soldiers huddled around flickering fires, sharing stories that bound them despite the lines drawn on maps. Tales of bravery mingled with whispers of doubt. They questioned the motives of their leaders and the righteousness of their cause. Here, loyalty was not just a word, it was a promise, a commitment that could break under the weight of betrayal. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like ghosts of the past, each one a reminder of what had been lost in the name of power. Elias found solace among his men, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and determination. "What are we fighting for?" someone asked, breaking the stillness. The question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. It was a question that rattled the cages of their hearts, forcing them to confront the uncertainty that lay ahead. They were not just soldiers, they were sons, brothers, fathers, each with dreams and aspirations that could be shattered in an instant. The night wore on, filled with the tension of unspoken words and hesitant glances. As the moon cast a silvery glow on the battlefield, it illuminated the choices made by leaders far removed from the blood and sweat of the soldiers below. The decisions taken in the plush comfort of their chambers had real consequences, shaping destinies that would be forever altered. Suddenly, a distant figure emerged from the shadows, a messenger bearing news that could tip the scales of loyalty. The camp fell silent as he raised a hand, his voice trembling with urgency. Elias felt the air shift again, like a storm preparing to break. The soldier's words, heavy with foreboding, spoke of a new alliance formed in secrecy, one that threatened to unravel the fragile ties binding the Allied states. Hearts raced, loyalties trembled, and hope flickered like a candle in the wind. As dawn approached, the horizon glowed with the promise of a new day. Yet in that light lay the shadows of uncertainty. Elias stood at the edge of a precipice, torn between the past and the promise of an unknown future. With every breath, he felt the pull of loyalty, the bond of brotherhood, and the haunting possibility of betrayal. He knew that no matter what choices were made, the consequences would ripple through history, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. The stage was set, and the players were in motion, each step leading toward an inevitable clash, one that would forever change the landscape of their lives and the alliances they held dear. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the valley, where the armies of Rome and Carthage faced off in a deadly silent standoff. The air was thick with anticipation, each soldier holding his breath as he scanned the horizon for any sign of movement. This was no ordinary battlefield. This was a chessboard where the pieces were men, and the stakes were nothing less than the fate of civilizations. On one side stood Hannibal Barca, the brilliant general whose name sent shivers down the spines of his enemies. On the other side, the seasoned legions of Rome, a force renowned for their discipline and resolve. Hannibal sat atop a rocky outcrop, his eyes piercing the distance like a hawk surveying its territory. Though the Romans had seemingly cornered him in a strategic stalemate, his mind was a whirlpool of calculated plans and cunning strategies. He knew his enemy well. He had studied their every move, every weakness. The Romans believed they had him trapped, but in his heart, he felt the sweet thrill of potential. Stalemate, perhaps, but Hannibal understood that sometimes patience was the most potent weapon of all. The wind howled around him, carrying whispers of fear and uncertainty from the troops below. His soldiers, tired and hungry, looked up to their leader for a spark of hope. Many of them had marched across the treacherous Alps, their spirits worn thin and their bodies weary. Yet under Hannibal's steady gaze, something ignited in their hearts. They remembered tales of past victories, of daring ambushes and brilliant tactics. He would remind them of their strength, of the legacy they were all a part of, the legacy of the greatest general the world had ever known. As night began to cloak the valley, the Romans gathered around their fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Their commanders debated strategies, their voices rising in heated discussions about how to break the stalemate. They were warriors forged in the crucible of conflict, yet the tension around the fire was palpable. The longer they remained locked in this standoff, the more their confidence waned. In the dim light, doubt began to creep into their minds. Hannibal, however, was far from idle. In the cool night air, he moved like a shadow among his men, encouraging them with stories of their ancestors who had fought valiantly for their homeland. Each tale was a thread, weaving a tapestry of courage and resilience. He spoke of the Battle of Cannae, where his forces had decimated a much larger Roman army. The memory surged through the ranks, igniting a fire that flickered in their eyes. They were not just soldiers, they were bearers of a legacy, and they would not falter in the face of adversity. As dawn broke, a new day brought with it a fresh wave of determination. Hannibal understood that their enemy was confident but complacent in their apparent victory. The Romans believed they had him pinned down, and that perception would be his greatest weapon. He began to implement his strategy, a web of deception designed to lure the Romans into a false sense of security. He sent out scouts to create distractions, small skirmishes that would make the Romans believe they were gaining the upper hand. The Romans, emboldened by these minor victories, began to push forward, their arrogance blinding them to the trap that was slowly tightening around them. Hannibal watched from afar, heart pounding, as his carefully laid plans began to unfold. He was like a spider, patiently waiting for the unsuspecting fly to wander too close. Each movement of the Roman legions was a note in the symphony of war, and he was the maestro guiding them toward their inevitable fate. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the battlefield erupted in chaos. Hannibal, seizing the moment, rallied his troops with a cry that echoed like thunder. They surged forward, an unstoppable force, catching the Romans off guard. The clash of metal rang through the valley, a cacophony of battle that spoke to the fierce determination of a man who refused to be cornered. In that moment, the ground beneath their feet became a canvas painted with blood, sweat, and the raw emotion of survival. The Romans, momentarily thrown off balance, scrambled to regroup, confusion ricocheting through their ranks. Hannibal pressed on, the thrill of strategy fueling his every move. He no longer fought just for survival. He fought for the very essence of honor and legacy. The faces of his men, twisted in determination and fierce loyalty, pushed him forward. Then, In a moment that would echo through history, a fierce tide of Carthaginian soldiers enveloped a Roman flank. It was chaos and brilliance fused into one electrifying instant. The Romans, once so confident, felt the ground shift beneath them as they faced the fury of Hannibal's forces. The once impregnable lines began to falter as panic set in. The cries of men echoed in the valley, a sorrowful symphony of bravery and despair. But Hannibal knew this was not the end. This was merely the beginning of a greater plan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the battlefield in darkness, he could feel the weight of destiny on his shoulders. He had pushed the Romans to the brink, but this was just a skirmish in a long and arduous war. The stalemate would shift, but only if he played it with the patience of a seasoned gambler. The real game was still ahead. As the stars twinkled into existence overhead, Hannibal gathered his lieutenants around a flickering fire. They exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with the adrenaline of battle, yet all knew that the hardest part lay ahead. The Romans would regroup, they would adapt, and they would come back with vengeance. The game was far from over, and the stakes were higher than ever. In those moments of reflection, the fire crackled, echoing the heartbeat of a war that spanned the ages, a reminder that true victory was always a long game. The tension of the night thickened, anticipation crackling like electricity in the air. The long game had only just begun. The sun hung heavy in the sky, casting a golden glow on the dry, dusty plains of Zama, where the fate of two great powers would soon be decided. Here stood Scipio Africanus, his heart pounding like a war drum, every beat echoing the weight of history upon his shoulders. Across the battlefield, Hannibal Barca, the legendary Carthaginian commander, stood resolute, his eyes fierce and unwavering, a lion preparing to defend its pride. Both men knew this day would carve their names into eternity, but the air was thick with tension, a silent promise of bloodshed and glory. As the two armies faced each other, a palpable hush fell over the crowd. Soldiers on both sides gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles white and their breaths shallow. They were not just fighting for their leaders, they were fighting for their homes, their families, and their very existence. The past echoed in their minds, the memories of battles lost and won, the cries of comrades fallen, and the burning desire for victory that coursed through their veins. Scipio, standing tall in his armor, felt the weight of his men's hopes pressing down on him. He remembered the stories he had heard as a child, tales of Hannibal's daring crossing of the Alps, of elephants trampling through snow and ice, of a general who had become a living legend. But today, the legend would meet his match. Scipio had studied Hannibal's tactics, learned from his victories, and now, with the sun at his back, he prepared to turn the tide. As the signal was given, a roar erupted from both armies, the sound rising like thunder. The ground trembled as soldiers charged forward, a wave of iron and fury crashing against each other. Dust kicked up, swirling in the air, and the scent of sweat and fear mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The first clash of swords rang out like a bell, sharp and clear, announcing the brutality of war. Scipio, with the courage of a lion, led his cavalry into the fray. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through him. Every swing of his sword felt like a dance with fate, but in the chaos he kept his focus. To the left, he could see Hannibal's war elephants, colossal and terrifying, charging into the lines of his soldiers. They were like living mountains, trampling anything in their path. Fear gripped the hearts of Scipio's men as they faced the beasts. But Scipio had a plan. With a swift and commanding shout, Scipio signaled his troops to create gaps in their lines, just as he had rehearsed. The elephants thundered forward, but instead of crushing the lines, they found themselves confused and flanked. Scipio's men, trained for this moment, formed a wall of shields and spears, turning the tide against the raging beasts. The elephants, caught off guard, were redirected, their panic causing chaos in the Carthaginian ranks. Hannibal watched in disbelief as his mighty beasts faltered. His heart sank, but he would not yield. With fierce determination, he rallied his infantry, urging them onward. The clash of steel resounded, a haunting symphony of war that would echo through the ages. Scipio felt it too, the desperation and valor thrumming through the air, each soldier fighting not just for victory, but for something far deeper. The battle raged on, brutal and unforgiving. Scipio's mind raced as he maneuvered his legions with precision. The cries of the wounded filled the air, a mournful reminder of the price of glory. Yet, amidst the chaos, a bond formed between the soldiers. a unity of purpose that transcended fear. They fought as one, each thrust and parry fueled by the hope of a brighter tomorrow. Hannibal, despite the tide turning against him, remained a master of strategy. He orchestrated a counterattack with the precision of a conductor leading an orchestra. His veterans, hardened by countless battles, pushed forward, their spirits unbroken. The air crackled with tension as Scipio sensed the storm brewing. Would this be the moment when everything changed? For hours they fought, exhaustion clawed at their limbs, but neither side would back down. Scipio's vision blurred, yet he pressed on, his resolve as unyielding as the sun hanging overhead. He caught glimpses of his men falling, but their sacrifices only fueled his fire. He would not let the blood of the brave be spilled in vain. Then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, a fateful charge erupted. Scipio's cavalry, regrouped and revitalized, surged forward with a newfound ferocity. They struck at the heart of Hannibal's formation, disrupting the very core of his strategy. As they pierced through the ranks, a wave of hope washed over Scipio's men. Victory was within reach, but it would not come without sacrifice. Hannibal, realizing the danger, fought desperately to hold his lines. His heart raced as he watched the battleground shift before his eyes. He was a lion surrounded, yet he roared with defiance. His warriors rallied around him, fueled by loyalty and the fire of their fallen comrades. The air tinged with smoke and sweat, every breath a reminder of the stakes. The battle was far from over. But Scipio felt it. A shift in the winds of fate. His men rallied, their spirits ignited by the sight of their general fighting alongside them. With each fallen foe, they drew closer to the victory that felt so tantalizingly close, yet still so far. The cries of the wounded and the roars of the elephants faded into a muffled background noise. It was a moment marked by the will to triumph against all odds. In the chaos and the clamor, the battlefield became a cacophony of emotions. Fear mingled with hope, despair with determination. Every sword swung, every shield raised, told a story of sacrifice and courage that would live on long after the dust settled. And in that moment, as the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked earth, destiny hung in the balance, waiting for the final blow that would change the world forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the battlefield. But this was no ordinary field. It was soaked in the blood and sweat of warriors who had once stood where the grass now grew. The air was thick with tension, stinging the senses as the echoes of war whispered tales of a time long past. What transpired here at Cannae would ripple through history, like a stone thrown into a still pond, its lessons haunting the minds of generals and soldiers for centuries to come. The year was 216 BC, and the Roman legions, proud and confident, marched with their heads held high, believing themselves invincible. They were unaware that their bravado would soon give way to sheer panic. Hannibal Barca, a name that would send shivers down the spines of Roman leaders, had a master plan. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he had recognized the vulnerabilities of his enemies, and he was prepared to exploit them with deadly precision. The stage was set for an encounter that would redefine the art of warfare. On that fateful day, the contrasting formations of the two armies danced across the land. The Romans, in their disciplined ranks, outnumbered the Carthaginians by nearly 2-1. They advanced, confident in their strength, but they could not see the storm gathering around them. Hannibal, a military genius, orchestrated a complex yet elegant trap. He commanded his troops to draw in the Romans, allowing them to encircle his smaller force. Like a serpent tightening its grip around its prey, the battle erupted in chaos. The clash of swords, the cries of men, and the relentless thud of hooves filled the air, merging into a symphony of war. The Romans charged forward, convinced they would crush Hannibal's forces. But as they pressed deeper into the Carthaginian lines, they found themselves caught in a deadly embrace. The enemy soldiers, fueled by desperation and cunning, closed in from all sides, transforming the open field into a deadly arena. Time seemed to stretch and contract as the tide turned. The Roman soldiers, once so sure of their victory, were now engulfed in terror as they realized they were trapped. Panic surged through their ranks like a wildfire. The battlefield became a living nightmare, where hope dwindled with every fallen comrade. The blood-soaked earth bore witness to a massacre, the likes of which would echo through the ages. Hannibal's brilliance lay not just in his strategy, but in his understanding of human nature. He knew that fear could be a weapon as potent as any sword. As the Romans fought desperately to break free, they were met with an unyielding wall of resolve. The Carthaginians, bound together by an unbreakable spirit, pushed forward with a ferocity that defied their numbers. Each fallen comrade ignited a fire within them, a fierce determination to avenge their brothers in arms. In the aftermath, the consequences of Cannae would be felt far and wide. The Roman Republic, once thought invincible, staggered back in shock, grappling with the horror of their defeat. The lessons learned here would transcend the battlefield, seeping into the very fabric of military doctrine for generations to come. It was a turning point, a moment when the art of war shifted dramatically. Future leaders would study the tactics employed by Hannibal, recognizing the importance of flexibility in command, the value of intelligence, and the power of psychological warfare. The ability to adapt to circumstances, to think ahead of one's opponent, became an essential lesson etched in the annals of military history. Generations of commanders would remember Cannae not simply as a battle, but as a reminder of the frailty of overconfidence. Yet, the emotional scars ran deeper. Soldiers who fought at Cannae carried their experiences like shadows, haunted by the specter of defeat. The horrors of that day did not fade. They morphed into stories told around campfires in hushed tones as men sought to comprehend the madness of war. The bond forged between comrades in the face of death became a living testament to their courage. As the years turned into decades, military academies across Europe would dissect the events of Cannae, seeking to uncover the essence of Hannibal's genius and the catastrophic flaws of Roman discipline. The lessons transcended borders, as even the greatest minds in history took note. Leaders like Napoleon would later echo Hannibal's tactics, weaving tales of strategy and deception into their own campaigns, inspired by the echoes of that historic battlefield. The Cannae legacy would spread far beyond the confines of warfare, influencing politics, leadership styles, and even business strategies. The art of maneuvering, of understanding one's opponent, became applicable in various walks of life, as Cannae taught not only how to win battles, but how to win hearts and minds. It became a symbol of resilience, of rising from ashes, of turning defeat into triumph. But the emotions tied to Cannae go beyond strategies and tactics. For those who lived through it, the memories were visceral, raw, and haunting. Each soldier, each fallen warrior, left behind a family and a story that would ripple through time. The grief and loss echoed in the hearts of those who awaited their return, transforming the battlefield into a symbol of sacrifice. Cannae became a place where not just lives were lost, but futures were shattered, legends were born, and lessons were carved into the annals of history. As the sun continued to set over the remnants of that battlefield, casting long shadows over the graves of the fallen, the legacy of Cannae lingered in the minds of both conquerors and the conquered. It was a testament to human nature's complexity, pride and humility, victory and defeat, wisdom and folly, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The whispers of Cannae would not just fade into myth, they would resonate through the ages, a reminder that in the endless march of history, every battle fought carries with it a powerful lesson, a lesson that would continue to resonate in the hearts of future generations, reminding them of the thin line between glory and despair. The sun set over the battlefield, casting long shadows where once stood the bravest of warriors. The air throbbed with the echoes of clashing swords, the ground soaked in the tears of history. On this fateful day in 216 BC, the world saw the impossible unfold. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, had orchestrated a symphony of war that left the Roman legions in disarray, a haunting spectacle that would reverberate through centuries. The Battle of Cannae marked not just a military triumph, but a canvas on which humanity painted its deepest fears and enduring passions. From that day forward, the memory of Cannae became a wellspring of inspiration for countless poets, artists, and thinkers. It was a story retold around flickering fires, each recounting thick with emotion, vivid in detail. The tragedy of the Roman army, encircled and crushed, became a powerful symbol of both courage and hubris, a mirror reflecting society's frail nature when pride eclipsed prudence. Historians would weave the tale with meticulous care, yet the real magic lay within the hearts of those who dared to envision the events anew. In the corridors of ancient Rome, Cicero, the great orator, took up his stylus and poured his soul into the pages of history. His words dripped with the sorrow of defeat, the pain of loss, and the burning desire for vengeance. The very mention of Cannae sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. "What shall we say of our brave soldiers?" he lamented. "They fought with valor, yet the gods turned their backs, and the earth drank their blood." Each syllable echoed with the weight of history, reminding all who read it of the thin line between triumph and tragically unforeseen disaster. But it was not only in literary circles that Cannae left its mark. Artists, too, felt the pull of this moment in time. Canvases blossomed with images of the battlefield, vibrant strokes capturing the chaos of combat. The haunting visage of Hannibal, fierce and relentless, became a muse for many who sought to express the blend of genius and madness that defined his campaign. Painters like Eugène Delacroix would later breathe life into the story, infusing his works with the raw emotion of the moment. The clash of steel, the agony of loss, and the cries of the fallen still echoed within every stroke. Cannae became a cultural touchstone, a source of inspiration for military strategists and leaders. Napoleon Bonaparte, a figure shrouded in ambition, studied the tactics of Hannibal with an obsession that bordered on reverence. He drew parallels between his own campaigns and the Carthaginian general's legacy. The battles fought on European soil bore the ghosts of Cannae, with each maneuver shaped by the shadows of those who confronted the Romans on that fateful day. A sense of dread hung heavy over his enemies, as they too recognized the artistry of war that had emerged from Cannae. As generations passed, the story of Cannae seeped into the very fabric of culture. It became a tragic tale told in theaters, where actors donned the armor of the past and recounted the heroism and folly of the age. The audience, spellbound, gasped at the sheer scale of the catastrophe, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the unfolding drama. The fight for glory and the price of hubris danced before their eyes, a haunting reminder of the fragility of human ambition. The stage became a vessel for emotions, allowing the past to breathe and live once more. Cannae's legacy reached beyond the pages of history and the strokes of paint. It found its way into the hearts and minds of those seeking to understand the human condition. Philosophers deliberated on the lessons of the battle, pondering the nature of fate and free will. The haunting question remained: could one man's genius lead to the downfall of a mighty empire? The very essence of Cannae spoke to the vulnerability of power, its ability to crumble under the weight of its own expectations. Even in the modern era, Cannae continued to inspire artists and writers. Movie directors, with a keen eye for drama, sought to bring the battle to life with sweeping cinematography, every frame filled with the grandeur of conflict, the sound of hooves pounding the earth, the clash of arms, the cries of the vanquished. All these elements combined to create an emotional tapestry that resonated with audiences. In each retelling, the spirit of Cannae flickered like a flame, igniting imaginations and stirring emotions across the ages. In literature, the echoes of Cannae whispered through the pages of novels, where characters grappled with the weight of their choices amidst the chaos of war. Writers painted heroes and anti-heroes, each grappling with their fate in a world that seemed forever altered by that fateful encounter. The battlefield became a metaphor for inner struggles, a stage on which humanity acted out its greatest fears and highest aspirations. Readers found themselves entranced, unable to turn away from the stories that spun from that single moment in time. The cultural memory of Cannae was not merely a relic of the past, it became a living, breathing entity that continued to evolve and adapt. It beckoned to those who dared to listen, to feel, to experience the tumultuous waves of human emotion that flowed from the battlefield. Every retelling, every painting, every whispered conversation kept the spirit of Cannae alive. It was a reminder that history is not just a collection of facts, but an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the memory of Cannae shimmered like starlight, illuminating the path to the future. The battle forged connections, ignited imaginations, and inspired generations. The profound lessons etched in the annals of history continue to resonate, a haunting melody echoing through time. The ghosts of the fallen lingered, their voices entwined with the dreams and aspirations of those who came after. Cannae was not merely a battle, it was a testament to the enduring power of memory, a poignant reminder that every moment lived echoes through eternity, shaping the world in ways we may never fully comprehend. In the flickering light of an ancient hearth, a wise elder sits surrounded by eager faces, each pair of eyes wide with anticipation. The air crackles with tension, and the past looms large, ready to spill its stories. This moment, a poignant interplay of voices across centuries, ignites the essence of historiography, the study of how history is recorded and understood. The elder leans forward, his voice a low whisper that seems to carry the weight of ages. History, he intones, is not merely what happened, it is how we choose to remember it. And with that, the room hangs in silence, as if the very walls are straining to listen. The ancient world had its own methods of recording events. In Egypt, priests meticulously etched the deeds of pharaohs onto stone tablets. These hieroglyphs were not just words, they were a legacy, a sacred duty to record the divine right of rulers. Each carving was imbued with reverence, intended not just to inform, but to immortalize. The power of these images, crafted with painstaking precision, still echoes today. Yet, even in their certainty, they raise questions. Who decided what was worth remembering? What truths lay hidden beneath the layers of stone? Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks took a different approach. Herodotus, often called the father of history, wove narratives that blended fact and folklore, capturing the essence of human experience. He traveled, listened, and recorded, creating a tapestry rich with the colors of various cultures. But his accounts were not without bias. His Greek identity seeped into his storytelling. How then can we truly separate the observer from the observed? The seeds of historiographical debate were sown. Each historian would wrestle with the challenge of objectivity, an ideal that would remain tantalizingly out of reach. As the sun set on the ancient world, the Middle Ages brought forth a new wave of chroniclers. Monks in cloistered abbeys meticulously documented events, driven by faith and a desire to preserve divine order. But even in their devotion, they could not escape the confines of their time. The tales of knights and saints were often colored with religious fervor, celebrating virtues while glossing over flaws. The Crusades, for example, were painted as noble endeavors, yet the bloodshed and suffering remained hidden in the shadows. How could the light of piety blind the chroniclers to the darker truths? Fast forward to the Renaissance, a time when the revival of classical learning sparked vibrant debates about the purpose and nature of history. Thinkers like Francesco Guicciardini and Michel de Montaigne challenged the prevailing narratives, urging a more critical examination of sources. The past was no longer a static entity. It became a battleground for ideas, a place where different perspectives clashed. Yet with this new freedom came confusion. The question lingered, whose truth would prevail? The Enlightenment thrust historiography into the spotlight, with historians like Edward Gibbon examining the rise and fall of empires with a razor-sharp intellect. Gibbon's The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire was a revelation. He dissected history through reason and skepticism, but even his analyses bore the marks of his own biases. The narrative was crafted not just to inform, but to persuade, to draw lines that would echo through the ages. Empires could be reduced to mere chapters, and individuals became footnotes in a grander story. As the 19th century rolled in, the advent of modern historiography began to take shape. Leopold von Ranke became a pivotal figure, advocating for a more empirical approach. How it really was, he proclaimed, a clarion call to historians everywhere. Ranke's insistence on primary sources and first-hand accounts established a new standard, one that sought to peel back layers of interpretation. Yet, this quest for authenticity raised a new dilemma. How much can we trust the accounts that survive? Each historian, like a witness in a courtroom, brings their own interpretation, colored by context, culture, and personal belief. The 20th century erupted with fresh voices and perspectives. The rise of social history shifted focus from kings and battles to the lives of ordinary people. Feminist historians like Gerda Lerner challenged long-held narratives, insisting that women's stories were not just sidelights, but central to understanding the past. The emotional weight of these accounts, often neglected, brought a new depth to historical understanding. The very act of recounting history became a powerful tool for social change. As the century progressed, the field expanded further into the realm of postmodernism, where the very notion of objective truth was called into question. History became a tapestry, woven with threads of narrative, identity, and memory. The realization dawned that history is not merely a collection of facts, but a reflection of contemporary values and struggles. Each historian becomes a storyteller, framing events through their perspective. How does one navigate a landscape where truths multiply and narratives diverge? In this swirling maelstrom of thought, it is clear that historiography is a living entity, ever-evolving and endlessly complex. As scholars grapple with the legacies of the past, they are driven by an unquenchable thirst for understanding. The tension between ancient and modern perspectives fuels the fire of inquiry. Each new discovery ignites a spark, prompting further exploration, and the quest for answers continues unabated. The ancient elders' words echo in the minds of those who listen. History is crafted, shaped, and defined by the voices that tell it. As days turn into nights and centuries fold into each other, the stories persist, beckoning each generation to reflect, to question, and to remember. The hearth's glow flickers as the elder leans back, a knowing smile on his face. The dance of history plays on, and the next chapter awaits, rich with the promise of revelation, the thrill of discovery, and the ever-looming question, how will we remember this moment, this story, when the flames of time have burned low? The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the blood-soaked fields of Cannae, where the cries of men echoed like haunting whispers in the air. On that fateful day in 216 BC, the world witnessed a clash of titans, a strategic ballet that would leave an indelible mark on military history, reverberating through time in ways few could foresee. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, stood masterfully composed, his eyes scanning the battlefield, filled with a fierce determination that bordered on the divine. Opposite him, the Roman legions, proud and strong, marched forward, unknowingly walking into a trap set with chilling precision. In the centuries that followed, Cannae would not just be a date on a historical timeline, it would evolve into a symbol of tactical genius and utter devastation. It seeped into the cultural fabric of storytelling, inspiring countless artists, writers, and filmmakers to capture its essence. The imagery of that day, Roman soldiers engulfed in chaos, surrounded by the very enemy they underestimated, would echo through novels, films, and even video games, painting a vivid picture that left audiences breathless. The echoes of Cannae reverberated loudest in the works of the great Roman historians. Livy wrote with a fervor that captured the horror and awe of that day. His words brought to life the panic that spread through the Roman ranks as Hannibal's troops, encircled and relentless, descended upon them like a storm. Each sentence dripped with tension, igniting the imagination of readers who felt the despair of those trapped in the relentless grip of defeat. The narrative of Cannae became a cautionary tale, a lesson in pride and strategy that would be retold for generations. As centuries passed, the tale of Cannae found its way into the hands of storytellers across Europe. Shakespeare, with his flair for tragedy, would have reveled in the drama of it all, threading the battle's themes of hubris, loss, and the fickle nature of fate into his powerful plays. While he may not have directly penned a work about Cannae, the essence of that battle, how quickly fortune can shift, would resonate in the struggles of characters like Macbeth and King Lear. The ghosts of Cannae whispered through the characters' choices, imbuing their narratives with a sense of inevitable tragedy. In the 19th century, as Europe faced the scars of war, the tale of Cannae re-emerged, capturing the imagination of military strategists and authors alike. The likes of Karl von Clausewitz, in his seminal work On War, referenced Cannae, dissecting Hannibal's brilliance with an admiration that bordered on reverence. The battle became a cornerstone in military theory, studied in academies and used as a blueprint for tactics. But it didn't stop there. The romanticization of warfare led to artistic interpretations that breathed life into the battlefield's ghostly past. Paintings sprung to life, vivid canvases depicting the chaos and valor of those who fought, allowing viewers to feel the heat of battle and the chill of fear. Then came the age of cinema, where the story of Cannae found new life on the silver screen. Films like Hannibal and The Last Legion brought the battle to a new generation, infusing it with drama, spectacle, and emotional weight. Viewers could almost hear the clash of swords and the battle cries of men as they watched the cinematic retellings, their hearts racing with the thrill of combat. The tension built, room filled with gasps as the plot unfolded, revealing the tragic fates of those who dared to challenge the genius of Hannibal. Video games also picked up the mantle, allowing players to step into the sandals of ancient warriors. Titles like Total War Rome allowed users to engage in the very strategies that sealed Cannae's fate, giving them a visceral understanding of the stakes involved. Imagine commanding legions, feeling the surge of adrenaline as you encircle your enemies just as Hannibal once did. The choice to lead with courage or to fall prey to the pitfalls of overconfidence lay in the hands of the players, each decision echoing the lessons learned from that ancient battlefield. But beyond the strategic studies and reenactments, Cannae's cultural significance extended deeper into the emotional realm of human experience. It became a metaphor not just for military conflict, but for life itself. The struggle against overwhelming odds, the fight to rise after being knocked down. Writers found inspiration in the narrative of resilience, creating stories that mirrored the emotional landscape of Cannae. The battle became a symbol of perseverance, a reminder that even in the face of insurmountable challenges, the human spirit could find a way to fight back. The threads of Cannae wove their way into literature, from historical fiction to epic fantasy. Authors painted vivid scenes of bravery and despair, their characters molded by the fearsome legacy of that day. The stakes were high, the lessons were potent, resonating with anyone who faced challenges in their own lives. Every reference to Cannae evoked emotion, awakening a primal understanding of what it means to confront defeat, to rise again, and to fight another day. As time marched on, the legacy of Cannae continued its relentless journey through culture. The battle served as a crucible for countless stories, a wellspring of inspiration that could fill the pages of novels, the frames of films, and the actions of games. Each interpretation pulled at the heartstrings, reminding humanity that history is not just a series of dates and events. It is a tapestry woven with emotions, lessons, and the undying spirit of those who lived it. And so, as the sun set on the fields of Cannae, its shadows lingered, whispering secrets of bravery and despair to all who would listen. The tale of that battle was far from over. It transformed into a living narrative, one that echoed through the ages, uniting the past with the present, reminding everyone that the fight for survival, the quest for victory, and the fear of loss would forever shape the human experience. Under a brooding sky, thick with the promise of rain, the air crackled with tension, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you hold your breath. It was the moment before a storm, both literal and metaphorical, as two great forces stood poised to clash on the battlefield. In one corner was Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian general, his dark eyes glinting with fierce determination, his mind a whirlwind of strategic brilliance. In the opposite corner were the Roman generals, proud inheritors of a legacy that towered like a colosseum, their hearts pounding with the weight of expectation. The clash was not just about armies, it was an eternal duel of leadership styles, a battle of wits that would echo through the ages. Hannibal had a reputation that spanned continents. His audacity was almost mythical. He had crossed the treacherous Alps with elephants, a feat that seemed like a fairy tale to his adversaries. As he surveyed his troops, the fire in his chest mirrored the fire in their spirits. He was not merely a commander, he was a magnet, drawing men to him with a magnetic pull, fueled by charisma and the promise of glory. The men who followed him were not just soldiers, they were brothers, inspired by the idea of fighting for a leader who saw beyond the horizon. whose dreams were as vast as the sky above them. They believed in him, in the audacious vision he painted with every word, every gesture. Across the field, the Roman generals prepared for battle, their hearts hardened by years of relentless training and duty. They were the embodiment of discipline, their ranks a meticulously arranged machine, each soldier a cog in the grand design. Their leaders, like Scipio and Fabius Maximus, were renowned for their cautious strategies, calculated moves rooted deeply in the traditions of Roman warfare. Yet, beneath the armor of stoic resolve, uncertainty simmered. They were about to face an enemy who defied convention, a leader whose very existence challenged everything they believed about power and control. The Romans were not merely fighting Hannibal. They were wrestling with the essence of what it meant to lead. Amidst the chaos, a hush would fall over the battlefield, just before the first clash of swords, as if the world itself paused to witness what was about to unfold. The leaders stood tall, yet the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air. Hannibal, with his eyes fixed on the horizon, was not just a soldier preparing for war. He was a visionary, a man who embraced risk. His understanding of his soldiers went beyond tactical maneuvers. He knew their dreams, their fears, their hopes. He inspired them not just with words, but with actions full of daring that left them breathless. Loyalty surged through the ranks like a tide, lifted by the strength of their leader's spirit. On the Roman side, the generals were faced with the ghost of uncertainty. They prided themselves on their methods, calculation, order, and the power of the Senate. Yet, as they looked out at Hannibal's forces, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the edge of a precipice. The Romans had always fought battles one way, under the strict code of Roman virtue, but Hannibal made them question everything. His strategies were unconventional, unpredictable, and they threatened to unravel the very fabric of their military might. The air was thick with an electric tension, each heartbeat echoing like a countdown to chaos. When the moment came, it was a symphony of chaos. The clash of metal rang out like the tolling of a bell, heralding the beginning of a fierce struggle that would leave its mark on history. Hannibal's soldiers charged with a fierce, unyielding passion, driven by the conviction that they were part of something greater than themselves. They fought not just for victory, but for the glory of their leader, their cries echoing with fervor that sent shivers down the spines of the Roman ranks. In that moment, it was clear. Hannibal was not leading an army. He was igniting a fire, a revolution of the heart. The Roman generals, seasoned veterans of countless battles, felt the ground shift beneath them. Their carefully laid plans began to crumble as Hannibal's unorthodox tactics took them by surprise. The way he maneuvered his troops was like watching a painter create a masterpiece, each stroke deliberate yet instinctive, fluid yet grounded in a profound understanding of the human spirit. Each battle became not just a test of strength, but a reflection of who they were as leaders. The Romans fought fiercely, yet in the back of their minds lingered a haunting question. Was their rigidity and strategy a strength, or was it the very thing that would lead to their undoing? As the day wore on, the battlefield transformed into a tapestry of chaos and valor. Bodies fell, both Carthaginian and Roman, echoing the sacrifices made in the name of leadership. Hannibal, amidst the tumult, felt the weight of his responsibility more than ever. Every decision he made sent ripples through the lives of his men. The heartbeats of thousands resonated with each command, each rallying cry. Leadership was not simply about commanding an army. It was about nurturing a spirit, forging bonds that transcended the horrors of combat. On the other side, the Roman generals grappled with their own realities. Honor and duty clashed with the visceral instinct to survive. They watched their men falter under the onslaught of Hannibal's relentless strategy, and with every fallen soldier, they felt their own resolve shake. Would they stand firm and fight for the glory of Rome? Or would they bend under the weight of a leader who inspired chaos with a mere flick of his wrist? The tides of battle ebbed and flowed, each moment pregnant with possibility and despair. Chaos reigned, yet at the heart of it all was a profound reflection on what it meant to lead. The battlefield became a crucible, forging a legacy that would ripple through history. Hannibal, with his audacious spirit, and the Roman generals, with their deep-rooted traditions, became archetypes of leadership. Each choice, each clash became a testament to the complexity of guiding others, leaving the audience breathless, yearning to see how this epic saga would unfold. The tension hung thick in the air, a palpable reminder that history is alive, and the battle raged on, echoing through the ages, urging all who witnessed it to reflect on what true leadership meant. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over a battlefield that would soon echo the cries of warriors, united in a single, desperate purpose. A chill settled over the air, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that mingled with the scent of sweat and blood. Here, in the year 216 BC, the forces of Hannibal Barca stood poised against the might of Rome, a colossus poised at the brink of an abyss. The stakes were monumental. Glory was within reach, but only for those willing to grasp it with the fierce grip of determination. Cannae was not merely a location, it was a crucible of ambition, a stage where the grand theatre of war unfolded. The Carthaginian army, outnumbered yet undaunted, revealed the truth of strategy that would echo through the ages. Hannibal, the commander whose very name would send shivers down the spine of his enemies, had a vision. He understood that battle was not solely about strength. It was an intricate dance of deception and timing. His men, a mosaic of diverse cultures, were not just soldiers. They were extensions of his will, hearts beating in rhythm with his strategic genius. As the Roman legions advanced, their armor glimmering like a sea of silver in the fading light, it was clear they marched with the confidence of a juggernaut. But confidence often blinds, and beneath their bravado lay a fatal flaw, an overwhelming belief in their superiority. Hannibal's eyes sparkled with the anticipation of the trap he had set. It was a masterpiece of warfare, a tactical ballet that would unfold with exquisite precision. The Romans could not see it yet, the full measure of his cunning hidden behind a veil of calm. The clash erupted like thunder, swords meeting shields in a cacophony that rang through the air. Each clash of metal was a heartbeat, a reminder that life hung by a thread. The Romans surged forward, their formation tight, their discipline unyielding. But Hannibal had anticipated their every move, luring them into a position that would soon turn their strength into a crucible of despair. He had orchestrated a plan to envelop them, a strategy that would leave them gasping in the grip of encirclement. As the battle raged, moments of terror and elation melded together in the chaos. The Roman general Varro pushed his men mercilessly, driven by the need to crush the enemy beneath their boots. The ground was slick with the remnants of dreams and lives, the stakes higher than any could fathom. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Hannibal's forces began their deadly dance, closing in on the Roman flanks with a ferocity that spoke of survival and legacy. The discipline of the Romans began to fray. Panic seeped into their ranks like a poison, each soldier feeling the weight of despair tightening around their throats. Hannibal's men, fueled by the fire of their commander's vision, surged forward, and the tide of battle shifted irrevocably. The cries of the fallen were muffled, the cries of the living drowned in a storm of chaos. As the Carthaginian forces executed their plan with chilling efficiency, witnessing it all from a distance, one could see the very fabric of history unraveling, how a single day could alter the course of empires. The battlefield, a canvas painted in shades of red, and the dark ink of resilience and strategy, sent waves of fear into the heart of Rome. Yet, even in defeat, there was a lesson to be learned. The Romans would not soon forget Cannae. It would haunt their dreams and shape their strategies for generations to come. The aftermath was a bitter pill to swallow. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the cries of the wounded resonated in the silence that followed the storm. Hannibal stood amidst the remnants of battle, his heart heavy yet resolute. He had achieved what many deemed impossible, and yet the victory tasted bittersweet. The ghosts of the fallen swirled around him, a reminder that war was not only a game of tactics, but a toll on the soul. He understood that strategy, while essential, was ultimately about the people who fought for their lives and their beliefs. Cannae taught the world about the power of resilience. It whispered the tale of those who persevered against overwhelming odds, where the underdog toppled the mightiest of foes. But beyond the battlefield, it also revealed the fragility of victory, that even the most brilliant strategies could lead to unforeseen consequences. The Romans, battered but not broken, would rise again, fueled by the lessons learned from their staggering defeat. Hearts raced as news of Cannae spread, igniting fires of hope and dread across the ancient world. The Romans, stung by their loss, turned to their renowned general, Scipio, a man determined to study the lessons of the battlefield. Each page of history turned, revealing the cycle of triumph and despair, a testament to the resilience of those who dare to dream. As the stories continued to weave through the fabric of time, Cannae became more than just a battle. It became a symbol, a beacon for strategists and warriors alike. The echoes of that fateful day reverberated through ancient halls and modern classrooms, lessons etched deep into the conscience of military strategists, leaders, and dreamers who looked to the past for guidance. With each tale told, the spirit of Cannae lived on, a relentless reminder that while battles are fought on fields, the true struggles lie within the hearts of those who fight. The world watched, waited, and learned, the shadows of Cannae lingering like a ghost, urging the next generation of leaders to remember victory is not just about winning. It is about understanding the weight of every choice, the cost of every ambition, and the resilience of every soul that dares to rise. And as the sun set on the battlefield that fateful day, a new chapter in history began to unfold, one that would shape the future of empires, warriors, and the very essence of strategy itself.